We're rolling.
Okay, audio, good. Hi, welcome to Delta Green, everybody.
I hate it here.
Before we go anywhere, I want to remember to do the thing I do, which is to remind you that this lovely episode is brought to you by our program backers, which include but are not limited to Adam Harbaugh, Comics, Academia, Architect, Tangbler, so G, Carlos, Dragon Ferris, Jeremy Vasquez, Jonathan Sandoval, Johnny Boss, Lee Kessler, Raptor, Rogue Robin, Charvor, Shiny P, the guy named Bob, Sergeant 23, and Varen the Crow. Keep fucking up Pryor's name. Anyway, it's my bad. It's used to speed read. Hi, hello. I am Omega. I will be your handler this evening. And because this is a new AP series, this might have new listeners. So I would like to get started before we go anywhere with our setup by going around the virtual table and having you guys, the players, introduce yourself as you wish to be introduced to the internet, and please state your agent's name, age, and occupation for the record.
Mm-hmm. I will start. I'm Lucky. I'm the other half of StudiOmega here, and I will be playing Dr. Carl Robinson, a researcher with the CDC. She is in her mid-30s, very haunted and harrowed, and is just done with everything and everyone constantly.
I'll go next. I play Petty Officer Darin, Holland, 3rd class Navy SEAL. He's in his 20s, 23. He loves black coffee.
And whomst are you, my friend?
What? Oh, I'm Marth.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, I want the audience a chance to familiarize with whomst is whom.
I'm Axeman. People usually call me Axe because that's how it goes. I've been on many of these. I've been.
But they might not listen to this, so we're good.
But yeah, might see me around a few times. I am playing. I don't really know what cell he's part of yet or anything, but he is Agent Alex Benowitz, a intelligence case officer for the IOSS/FBI, and hopefully we can get this under books. And no one has to remember we were here, and we're all done.
Yep.
I am Aren. I'm relatively new to the group, but I will be playing Javier Garza, also known as Agent Rio, who is a federal agent for the DEA Operations Division. So, fighting that war on drugs, though I guess that was in the past. But making sure drugs stay out of the country, and all the gribbly bits that might come along with it.
Yeah. So, in addition to all those things, yeah, not the drugs. Also, to kind of set the tone, some very special things about your agent. As you see on your personnel files, there's little green triangles, which means that you are read into what is known as the Delta Green Special Access Program. So, I've been double-checking all my reading in my handler's guide. I want to let everybody know, both players and audience, that is my primary source for this. I'm working out of the handler's guide, not a lot of the other supplements they've published or any of the old stuff. If you really want to fight me about the timeline, please remember that some of those old school Delta Green source books were published before I was old enough to read. Now that I have made some of those people writing Delta Green feel very old, if they're listening. The basic idea of the Special Access Program is that you guys have been read into this agency. You are cleared for this Special Access clearance. Tagged as the glossary in the back of the agent's handbook says, and that some of you are aware, and some of you more than others, that Delta Green handles threats of an unusual nature, an esoteric nature, perhaps even an unnatural nature to public safety and national security. Now, it's very interesting. I'm glad I actually did ring up some of this stuff. I would like to say, first of all, I usually say the Special Access Program, or SAP, because the government loves acronyms. And not acronyms. So,
Yes,
the SAP. It's very, very, very spiky.
I like the SAP, yeah.
Yes, I like to be a sap.
Yeah, it's
whereas the source books usually just call it the program, which is also very ominous. But y'all, I love acronyms, and governments love acronyms. So 3-letter acronyms are good.
In real life, I'm part of the SSP, but that's a different thing.
So that is one thing we're going with here. Now, again, double checking these things. Based on your various skill levels and your rating in the unnatural skill, your agents may or may not actually have any concrete first-hand experience with capital U unnatural. The way the handler's guide treats the unnatural skill is if you got a 0 in it, you don't know nothing from nobody. At least as far as it comes to what is actually unnatural and going on. And it's very interesting. I'm treating this a lot like how at least the way I understand a lot of actual top secret level clearance works is you guys are cleared, because you're part of the special access program, to know about lots of gribbly horrible things from beyond time and space. That does not mean that Delta Green sat you down at a PowerPoint and said, hey, this is Nyarlathotep, the crawling chaos, if you see him, run away.
Can I say a bit here?
No, I'm in my bit. I'm telling you what I'm reading in the book. So you are not given full, complete access to what the SAP handles. Now, I'm very glad I did look this up, because the Handler's Guide didn't exist when our returning characters, that is, Lucky and Marth's agents, were written. So there's something funny in here. My little checklist for running through as a handler, running through how agents get involved in Delta Green, has a very funny note in it. Apparently, when you are read into the special access program, Delta Green tells you that whatever you ran into first is their primary threat. I did scare quotes there. Which means that I have a very interesting role-playing point that Kara should think about, because you specifically took the damaged veteran background for things man were not meant to know.
Mm-hmm.
So you got involved in Delta Green. Kara got involved by a direct up-close encounter with something unnatural, and then the special access program invited her in and said, oh yeah, that's our day job. We deal with that all the time. Now, if this has any differences to the kind of unnatural you encountered during the Lovers in the Ice case, that may mean that Kara has some questions for her handlers and case officers, which were probably not satisfactorily answered. As for the rest of you, it's a little more vague. Like I said, there's a bulleted list talking about how agents actually get tapped for Delta Green in whatever form. And I should throw out there, I'm using the term Delta Green. You guys would have been briefed that your program is called Delta Green, but you would have also been cautioned that you do not say that name out loud.
You said the opera.
Yeah, you say whatever you might say, oh, special access program, the program, I've got special access. You do not say the phrase Delta Green out loud if you can help it, because that's the actual super secret, blacker than black, as they say in the Agent's Handbook as well, thing. So, how you guys got recruited, and like I said, we can take a moment if you guys want to talk with me and kind of hash out amongst yourselves how you got tapped into this. Probably depends on what skills you're good at, what experiences you have, and generally what you would like your agent to be like. For instance, with Marth's character, a Navy SEAL, the petty officer, he may simply have, gotten good, test scores out of basic training and whatever, and somebody came down from him and said, hey, son, how would you like to fight America's real enemies? And he was like, okay. And then next thing you know, it's 30 degrees out, it's snowing, you're looking through a thermal scope at the house that's on fire, waiting for a giant alien gorilla to jump out. And now you're here.
Yep.
Good job, buddy.
That is how it happened, by the way.
Yes, that is a literal flashback that his character will have occasionally to that time. That thing happened.
As a leading question, it basically means, we know that, weird rituals exist, but we would never know what the fuck they actually are by looking at them exactly until we've seen them.
Yes. It is noted a couple times in the Handler's Guide that the program version of Delta Green, and again, you guys in character would not know that there are possibly two versions of Delta Green. That's a fairly well-kept secret, but, and again, we don't even know if we're going to touch on that. This is just a loosely generated scenario, but the program likes to use very technical jargon for these kinds of things, where a normal mythos work might say, the rise of an old god with capital letters. the program report would read something like, "We encountered the influence of an extraterrestrial superintelligence." Instead of Jenkins got his face melted off by a spell, the report might read, "Agent Jenkins suffered a fatality due to extra-dimensional radiation channeled through a hypergeometric ritual." So,
Is that right?
you guys are two new characters, and I might need you guys to write down your names in the chat so I can remember them, and possibly so the audience can know how they're spelled.
Sure.
So you guys, this may be your first field op with DG, or it may be the other operations you've done have not been very hands-on with the unnatural. But there are mentions, there are rumors in the Agent's Handbook about, say, for instance, that, like, Delta Green has its own internal rumors about the Roswell crash. There's mentions of, I think it's called the Icebox, which is an alleged facility where Delta Green stores extraterrestrial biosamples. So you guys should think about with your characters and, like, what your skill ratings are. Like, are you an Agent Mulder? Do you think aliens are real and that's what Delta Green fights? Do you guys deal in, the occult? Or do you think you're an organization actually who, demons are real and we punch them? Like, is this Hellboy? Are you BRPD? Or is it like, some James Bond fringe super science stuff, Until you guys actually meet the unnatural with a capital U, Delta Green does not necessarily disabuse you of any preconceived notions you may or may not have about what it is you actually do. And I would say, like, as a role-playing note, those of you with no unnatural scores, you would not say, point at something and go, "That's hypergeometry." You might point at something weird and go, "Is this hypergeometry?" Because you might know what that is. And then we turn to Lucky's character, who, how much unnatural does Dr. Kara have?
11.
11. Yeah, that's a big number. She might actually have some ideas about how the universe really works. Yeah. You would turn to her and she would say, "Yes, that's hypergeometry. Don't touch it." Or she would go, "No, that's not hypergeometry, you dumbass. That's just a pentagram.
That's dumb occult bullshit."
Normal pentagram. It doesn't do anything. I don't know what it means. Because I don't think Dr. Kara has any occult, does she?
Oh no, she has 30% occult.
Okay. So you're a little well read from your freaky deaky experiences. Okay.
She who knows has taught me many things, and then took him away.
So, yeah. In case you can't tell, I think Kara is the only character who took a damaged veteran background. Did anybody else do that?
I think everyone.
No, I did as well.
I think everyone
Okay.
did.
What
I
field?
didn't.
I didn't.
I didn't because I
Okay.
didn't have bonds to throw away.
Then which option did you pick for Garza?
I took the hard experience, which is
Okay.
the kind of less. He ran into something, but he didn't really understand what it was.
Yeah. Let me.
So
pull
he
up.
got like a bunch of skills from it. He got a little more occult, and he lost the bond.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah, that probably means that you ran into something tangentially unnaturally powered, but not full-blown. Like, maybe you were minding your own business on a drug raid and you ran into a guy who drank a bottle of something called Lack Mattress and suddenly he, like, cartoon roided out and started shrugging off bullets. And then,
That is pretty much what I had in mind.
yeah. And then,
And
at
then
the end
later
of that,
on we found,
some
like,
lovely people with some green triangles showed up and were like, "That's need to know basis. You don't need to know about that."
Well, if we go into talking about how all our characters got recruited, I have kind of an idea for that.
Okay.
So
I have something too, but I don't. It might be a bit shaky.
Yeah, I had my own, like, as an idea. This is just me pitching. I was thinking, for instance, because you're in operational support, Agent Benowitz.
I was thinking like that we had a contact of like across the nation, and they found something, and it fucked them up really bad.
Yeah, that could work. Though the FBI is usually domestic, foreign. My thought was, like, as an example, you usually run logistics and support for law enforcement, finding, different specialists. Like, maybe some agents dropped off a pile of, like, antique books one day and were like, "Hey, this might be case related. Can you translate these?" And then some guy shows up with a piece of paper and says, "Hello, we're taking custody of this. It's evidence."
Yeah, it's like I was slowly translating some weird version, not the Necronomicon, but like something close. It's like, what the fuck is?
And
this
somebody was just like, "You don't need to know that. We're gonna take that away now." So yeah, if you guys want to elaborate on any backstory stuff out loud, we can, or we can just skip straight to you guys get tapped for an op.
Carhan explains
I guess-
shit.
I guess the one question is like, do we need code names, or that's not important right now?
You would not, at this point, have been directly assigned any code names. There will be a briefing. You will have a handler who will talk you through what you're doing in this case, obviously. We'll get to that in a sec. And I will give you guys the opportunity to discuss amongst yourselves, both in and out of character, how much cover you want and how much you actually have on hand. Because there are times when being, like, too suspicious is actually more sus than just being perfectly normal, hiding in plain sight. Because remember, you guys work for the Special Access Program. While those of you who have decent scores of bureaucracy and law may realize that not every case the program has asked you to work on has been strictly ethical or legal, you are ostensibly backed by the United States government.
Flashback
Basically,
to just several burning buildings in the ice fields.
Yeah. Basically, what's the... Is it
like,
the...
I got like
Wait,
50 in
in the
disguise,
agent handbook,
40 in
or...
bureaucracy, and like 20 in law, so I've probably got something figured out.
I'm trying to remember. Was it in the agent's handbook or the handler's book? There's a line here about, it talks about, like, you know, what is Delta Green and, you know, what are you doing, where it talks about, like, what you do. And the idea is basically, while you guys, I think it was in the handler's guide, it's talking about the onboarding process. The crux, what you all know, is that it is your job to, like I said, protect public safety and national security, and most importantly, make sure nobody ever finds out what you do.
I've had this described to be as being that you're supposed to give anything that is compromised, and that will compromise the world.
Yes. This is, because I'm scooping through it now, on page 8, operational briefing, you know, when a Delta Green is operation, the mission is always the same. Stop the incursion, minimize exposure, save lives, cover it up to save others from being exposed. Never, ever reveal the existence of Delta Green. So, when you are pulled into work, Delta Green doesn't appear on any of these. So, if we're ready, I have the perfect intro.
I'm ready.
Ready?
Okay, so you guys are at your day jobs as you've assigned, working for the EA, FBI, CDC, Navy SEALs, you know, doing push-ups. And you get an email or a text message. This comes to your personal accounts, even though it looks like spam, because the Special Access Program doesn't let anybody know anything in public. This is actually, I think, a note in the Handler's Guide somewhere. It is canon that in all of the, like, WikiLeaks, you know, era stuff, there are actually some DG stuff that is leaked. Just nobody has realized what it means yet.
Oof.
So
I remember it always being like encrypted, self-deleting emails and stuff.
yeah, this is a little more idiot-proof than that. You get an email that basically says, you know, congratulations, free opera tickets. You open up this email. You know that that's the go word. It says, you know, dear agent, your name here. You were cordially invited to a night of the opera. Your details are enclosed below. And there is a link or a phone number or a QR code, whatever works best for your medium, where you go to get your marching orders. And included in them is, you know, well, also at the bottom it would say, pack an overnight bag. And it, you know, when you get your details, you have a plane ticket to the SeaTac airport, and you have the name and number of a conference room where you're going to get briefed.
Hey,
and that's it.
Let's go to the DoubleTree.
Oh, nicer.
So, yep. This, you guys would know, this is what the program has told you is your activation phrase. So your tickets are signed, everything is on the board, you don't have to pay for them. And as far as your work knows, you know, you're taking a professional development seminar, or you've been temporarily reassigned to another case, or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Probably a case on like the West Coast. It's not that bad. Yeah.
Yeah. I am personally, because I think, where is the DEA headquartered? It's listed in this book somewhere.
Virginia, I believe.
Yeah, so I think all of you are HQ'd somewhere on the East Coast. So your tickets are for the crack of dawn, so that you arrive on the West Coast at the crack of dawn. Thanks, time zones.
Sick.
If there's anything other than the standard recommend, you know, overnight items that you would like to make sure you are packing, though keep in mind you are going through airport security.
Right.
Actually, that's a good question. I've never done this. Can't you just put a gun on your regular luggage and not your carry-on bag, and it'd be fine? I never actually know the security.
I believe
of that.
it has. You have to like make sure it's unloaded. But yes, you can transport firearms.
It has to be
unlicensed.
It has to be licensed, and you have to be have some clearance level.
Yeah, you guys have special access clearance. You're good.
No, good.
Yeah.
Most of you are. Well, 2 of you are carrying federal badges, so you're allowed to carry your weapon like on your person on the plane. I think the only question is for our Navy SEAL. Technically, as a military operator, like a enlisted member of the Navy, you are issued a service rifle. You should probably not carry it in public. So
yeah.
Box.
Would you go through the extra effort of making sure it was packed up so it comes with you, or are you fine with just a sidearm for now?
I think I'll make sure it's properly packaged and goes to the right channels.
Okay, so you will have access to your official service weapon, keeping in mind that those of you with government-issued guns, you have to file a report for basically every bullet you discharge.
Hopefully it doesn't
Kara just has a lovely government-provided CCW, so we don't care where your bullets go. Those are your bullets. You pay for those with your money.
Yes, I do.
And you learned from your last case, though, that you do want to carry a gun.
Yes!
Yeah. Also, if we're going to this is outside. No, I'll think about it later. Depending where we're going, we might just find a hunting or gun store. We can just make something. We could just buy something.
Yeah, America's great, y'all. Second Amendment. I should also specify we are imagining this game to be set present day, present time. We are in I've mentioned this before off the session, but for the AP, we are in an alternate future past where the COVID pandemic didn't happen. That was a plot by the great old ones, and Delta Green stopped it because I don't want to deal with all the extra effort of running a very finicky investigation and horror game. We'll also have to deal with the fact that people would ask you for your vaccine information, or you'd have to specify you're wearing a mask or not, and all that other stuff. So we're going to assume normal rules to life.
That only works if there was a deadly consideration about a vaccine that was secretly just Shub's milk or something.
And also part of the reason is we're here is to get away from the real world. So
yeah, we get away from the crippling horror of the real world with the crippling horror of the fake world. We hope. So you guys are all packed in. You go to your conference room, where you are met with a handler for the case. You just say that you're here for your free opera tickets, and he lets you in. Mm-hmm. So you were all sitting around a conference room table. Kara, obviously, you recognize the petty officer.
Solid handshake time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
a couple of you guys. Physically, how would you? Let's go around and physically, now that you guys have all met in person, physically, how do you guys look to each other? What would people notice about you?
So, Cara Robinson. So she looks like a woman who might be in her mid-30s or might be in her mid-40s. You can't tell because her face just looks so haggard. She has permanent dark circles under her eyes, and her hair just seems lifeless, even though it's tied up fairly neatly in a ponytail behind her. She wears a full-length lab coat that looks a bit sturdier than what you would normally see in a hospital or something, and constantly has her hands in her pockets, and is always looking around.
Okay, so Darin is brown hair, green eyes, muscular, has a crew cut for 5'8", and he generally dresses in comic gear whenever he can do so. But if he's not, it's just jeans, shorts, not jeans, shirt, whatever. And he usually has a weapon on him.
For reasons that will become clear when we see the briefing, I am imagining that this would be probably late winter, early spring. You guys who actually live in the Pacific Northwest can tell me what the appropriate time of year would be for this. I imagine it to be, a little cool, a little foggy and overcast, but not straight up. It's going to snow today. Kind of.
I mean, that's fall to fucking spring.
Yeah.
So probably springtime weather.
So
Untitled are East Coast people,
Darin
so
would
don't
probably wear heavier clothing, but
Yeah.
he definitely has a sort of steel look in his eyes.
He knows he's about to fuck some shit up.
And also he has sane sayings, both in war and out of war.
So for Benowitz, what comes to mind to me is he has well-kept hair, about like 5'11", there's a slight like ruggedness to like some of his skin, like around like his hands and some parts of his face, and like some like slight scars from like on some of his fingers and so on, and a very calm and like polite posture in the desk, like he's been on many conferences before, with a federal badge like tucked in like a front pocket of like coat under like a thick leather button coat.
Yep.
Maybe there's a dress shirt under it, but his pants aren't dress pants. They're like more insulated because it's cold.
Yep. Well, you also probably, you are supposed to be secret. You probably do go through the airport trying not to look like a Fed.
Yeah.
How's Garza?
Javier is, for first note, is half Hispanic, so he does have slightly tan skin and dark hair. Cut short, clean shaven. He kind of has an appraising look at like everyone as he sees them, but is all smiles and very animate. Talks with his hands a lot when he talks. He's dressed in normal clothing for the weather. Got a coat on. Doesn't really have any signs other than his sidearm that he might be a federal agent.
So, you sit down. Your handler is here. Some details about the man who is handling the case. He's older. You'd say maybe late 40s, early 50s. Gray at the temples. He is wearing a green tie with Illuminati eye triangles all over it.
God damn it.
He is wearing black leather gloves indoors, and he is smoking, despite the fact that you are definitely not supposed to do that inside of airports. So he gestures to several file folders set up in front of you. He does a round of introductions. So he says, "This is the first time some of you are meeting." He introduces himself. He straightens his tie. I am Agent Green. Goes around, Petty Officer Holland, Dr. Robinson, Special Agent Benowitz, Garza, goes all around. And you have all been activated for a case with the Special Access Program. The details are enclosed. I will give you the brief rundown. This is not an urgent case for national security, but we have caught a couple of bodies, so there is some slight need for time sensitivity. But basically, you will be investigating the death of one Special Agent Fowler, FBI. He has very recently been deceased. If you open up your file folder, his personal profile is there. If you do actually open it up, you'll see, a brief summary of an agent profile. It's got a picture. He's, also older, probably about the same age as this guy, but his hair is, full salt and pepper. Looks a little worn down, a little grim. You guys notice on his personnel file there is a little green triangle. And he has died under mysterious circumstances. He went to the small town of Duskpines, Washington. It's a rural town up the sound from here, where you will be going. Duskpines, all one word. Now, the reason he was there was to look for, more to pick up this man. He holds up a very outdated-looking Polaroid of a shaven-headed, big, bushy-bearded guy. Looks like in the Polaroid, maybe it's an old mugshot. It looks like he's wearing, a very typical, biker leather jacket. Mm-hmm. This is an image of Philip Richter. He was a wanted fugitive on federal charges for a situation that is explained in the folder. He was at large for several years since the 80s, and it was recently reported to us via anonymous tip he was here. He was arrested by the local sheriff, as Duskpines is too small to have a city police office. He was arrested by the county sheriff. And in holding, this is where things start to go our way. Richter was part of a biker gang known as the Black Giants. And the Black Giants were taken out during the 80s in a combination of the war on drugs and the Satanic Panic by a joint FBI EEA operation. He looks carefully at you two representing those two agents. Now, for purposes of the Special Access Program, some elements of the Black Giants case were documented in the FBI's Black Files Department, which is where, prior to the establishment of the program as an intergovernmental agency, where they put all of their weird, unsolvable cases. So, obviously, you are all cleared for this knowledge that the Black Giants may have been associated with occult activities of an unusual nature, which perhaps fall within the purview of the program. There is also, of course, the matter of Agent Fowler's death. Now, unfortunately, we cannot question Philip Richter, as he has already died. He appears to have committed suicide in custody. There's a medical report inside. You will be able to assess that for yourselves on the scene. Agent Fowler stayed overnight in order to investigate further and was killed in his motel room. According to eyewitnesses, reports are all inside. The sheriff reported to sounds of gunshot, and when she opened up his motel room, she found him dead inside. I will warn you before you flick to that page, they are not pretty pictures. Are you guys going to flick to that page?
Yes.
I'll flick to that page.
I probably skimmed to it by he was talking.
Yeah.
Okay.
By accident.
All right. Well, it's time for the first one of the night, everybody. Roll sand.
Roll for violence. Oh boy.
Yes. Now, this is only just a 0/1, so if you succeed, you don't lose anything. It is not a good sight. Those of you with any amount of medicine or first aid, look at these crime scene photos and these autopsy photos of Fowler's dead body, and you would think that it is almost like a wild animal attack. Not only are you seeping like deep rending cuts like a long blade or claw, but like flesh is torn like through brute strength. It is a very unpleasant sight. So how did you guys do in your results?
Our SAN is just our.
Yep, just
Stafford
roll your
is
default
sanity
SAN
pool.
number, which is
I got a
what,
33,
POW times
so-
5? POW.
Yeah.
Which is short
Yeah.
for willpower.
I have
So,
a thing for that, but
roll
I
under.
got 33. I don't think that matters in this case.
No, you critically succeed your SAN check. You're fine.
Yeah, fine.
I forget. I have 1X on adapted to violence. I forget. To get. No, never. I'll figure it out later. I actually got to read about that now that I think about it.
I believe I failed by 1 point.
Oof.
Does this count as a thing of violence or violence? Of
Yeah,
actual
this is
actions?
violence. No, you are looking at bloody, gruesome photos of a dead body, which are not conventional. This man was not stabbed by a knife or shot by a gun. He was brutally attacked by something or someone that is very strong and very determined. So let's see. There's disorders,
I
resisting
think
sanity,
Benowitz is gonna like
adapting to SAN loss.
I forgot to mention. I think I mentioned like Benowitz of like whatever like computer bags.
Okay, I got it. Yeah. So every time violence or helplessness reduces your SAN score by 1 or more, mark a box in your character to keep track of it. So if you fail, you mark a box.
Okay. I did not fail.
If you suffer insanity, okay, wait, no. Is it when you do or when you succeed?
It's
Basis
when
mark
you
per-
complete
okay.
the threshold.
Each
is
time
when you get
helplessness
more.
reduces your SAN by 1 or more, mark a box to keep track of it. If your agent suffers insanity from violence before all 3 boxes are marked, erase the violence boxes and start again. Hold on, is the grammar on this right?
Basically, if you can get hit enough 3
Hang
times
on.
before you hit.
Oh yeah, I understand the X. I'm trying to figure it out because this seems to conflict. There seems to be a contradiction in the text box. Adaptation to violence or adaptation to helplessness occurs. Your agent has lost SAN from that kind of trauma 3 times in. Okay, there it is. All right, it says it in the front paragraph without going temporarily insane. All right, So yeah, every time you don't actually hit an insanity, but you do, you get a hash mark.
Okay.
So
hash mark.
Agent Garza should check one. You probably pale at the sight of this very unfortunate killing.
I pale, and then I quickly flip to the next page.
Yeah.
I imaged a thing for Benowitz with like sort of like those like digital pens, like a tablet, and then just like on the like digital notepad, like black giant question mark underline.
Yeah, that's a good place to start. So, yeah, he runs through this. Now, the reason why we are involved, not only because of the code word access with the Black Giants case, but in the witness reports, Agent Fowler's motel room door was locked when he was killed. And he still had his motel keys on him. So, and look, Agent Green kind of, waggles a hand, kind of non-committally. Something unusual is going on. As always, your job is to make sure that I don't hear about whatever is causing this problem on the 11 o'clock news. There's a very pointed look at Dr. Robinson. If Duskpines should happen to burn down, y'all better make sure that you burn down with it, because they will not find whatever dead-end office job in Alaska I find to bury you in. All right? I see we get a lot of blank stares about that. Maybe some nods.
I give a glance over at Kara at the mention, since that was directed at her, right?
Yes.
It's like, oh, that's directed at me because I haven't done anything.
No, yeah, he like sweeps all of you, but he definitely, when he mentions the town burning down, he puts a direct look at Kara. As always, remember, protect the public safety, maintain security for the program, and if possible, identify and eliminate any vectors. We would like you to discover what happened to Special Agent Fowler, if only so that we can make sure that it doesn't happen to anybody else. Also, since Agent Fowler has passed away, we need you to pick up his job of cleaning up after the Richter situation. I want you to make sure that any other further threats or vectors that Mr. Richter may have has access to are taken care of and not released to the general public.
Were the case files on the crackdown on the Black Giants provided?
Oh, is that a question to me? Out of character?
I guess either or.
Oh, sorry about that.
It's fine. Let's see. Let me double check my notes about your briefing. This is a section. Yeah, there is a rough summary.
Okay.
Basically, the Black Giants, it's spelled how you expect. The Black Giants were a outlaw biker gang through the 60s to the 80s, roughly. They were known to federal law enforcement because of their association to neo-fascist movements, and also they were, interestingly enough, connected to the opium trade outside of the Golden Triangle, so coming out of Southeast Asia.
Interesting.
So this eventually led to their being the course of an investigation and a raid. And Agent Green would specifically call out the two agencies involved and say, if you guys want to contact your home offices and see if you can pull the back files of public-facing cases, feel free. Otherwise, I have included a summary in the files before you. I wrote the briefing files, so you are free to ask me anything, but most of it is in there. And there is a description of Richter. Richter had a pre-existing rap sheet, in there. Assault and drug charges. He was linked to several felonies, including domestic terrorism and possible deaths of federal agents. There is a note that apparently, according to the last intel on the Black Giants case, he was supposed to be hiding out somewhere in the Midwest, like in Illinois or Ohio, not the Pacific Northwest. But this is where we found him.
Yeah.
So there's a brief summary of, like I said, there's the eyewitness reports. They heard gunshots at the motel. When he was discovered, Fowler's service weapon is missing 2 bullets, which have not been recovered at the scene. When they arrived at the scene to check it out, the sheriff puts in her report, by the way, the sheriff is named as, is it Sheriff Victoria Grimm? 1M. That his motel door was locked. Evidence recovered at the scene was that and there's no sign of forced entry. There is also, at least according to the sheriff, you guys can take this with a grain of salt, there was no further forensic evidence of the killer. There was no, DNA samples, no shoe prints, no fibers, none of that stuff.
I mean, this... Oh, well, I guess that's a question of where the bodies were examined, I suppose.
Local medical examiner's office. County hospital.
Agent Green, open to theorize?
I was like, we don't need to theorize here. But
all right.
Carl just straight up says, like, we don't need to theorize here.
All right.
I would prefer you look at the case yourselves before you theorize, because, quite frankly, I don't care if it's a serial killer who can walk through walls or if it's the goddamn Bigfoot. I just care that it doesn't happen to anybody else.
I was asking if there's, like, protocol for things that can displace themselves, supposedly.
What? Carl literally just says that.
We do not have any current files we are ready to brief you on about anything like this.
Understood.
He kind of waffles on the question a little bit, like racking his memory. He pulls out a plain white business card. It's got a little green triangle on it and a phone number. He puts it on the desk and says, "This is a special routing number. The program is set up. If you call this during business hours, you will get my office directly. I am working out of the local FBI field office here. Mm-hmm. I'm assuming that Seattle or Tacoma has an FBI field office. Most major cities do. If you call me during non-business hours, you will get a secured voicemail box where you can leave a line for the program. Though, as usual, do not say anything you would not want your friends at the NSA to hear."
Understood. We'll report when necessary.
All right, very good. He kind of pulls up one of his sleeves, checks what looks like a very nice, expensive, probably like diver's watch. The kind of stuff that Spec Force and spook guys love. I am at a professional development seminar for another 45 minutes, so then I have to go back to the office. He also produces a set of keys, puts them with a business card. We have secured for you a standard issue Bureau SUV. No frills, but you've got government tags. Officially, this is he gestures to all of you when he says this, is a joint government task force, anti-terror task force to investigate the killing of a federal agent. We have invited the appropriate agencies. That should hopefully be enough to keep anybody in this case off any prying questions. You can just give them a lot of, joint task force this, need to know that. If you want any additional cover, you should discuss that amongst yourselves now. Tell me what you need if you want additional cover, and we can see what the program can provide to you. But we have not found it necessary to make any serious moves to obfuscate what you were doing to the public. You should hopefully be able to do that on your own.
Understood.
There are a couple more things in the briefing folder. You've got evidence recovered at the scene of the motel death. Is they recovered Fowler's phone. It is locked and encrypted and damaged, so the sheriff's office hasn't cracked it. His service weapon was recovered, and also he still had his keys to his Bureau sedan, so his car is still parked at the motel. You guys can probably recover his keys for that. Evidence on Richter's death is a little looser. It was ruled a suicide right away. The medical report is there, death by bleeding out to damage to the veins of the arm. There's no file photo of the crime scene or of the weapon. It is described as he took a simple shiv and died from blood loss due to self-inflicted wounds in a cell. So you guys probably want to bring that up to Sheriff Grimm when you get to Duskpines. Do those of you who work for agency involved in the history of this case wish to phone home and try and actually drum up some of your old case files?
Yeah.
All right. What's your rating in bureaucracy or law?
Let's see. My bureaucracy is 40%.
All right. You can probably just, rustle up the appropriate markers without needing to roll. I should
well.
specify with the rules. The way Delta Green works is if you're trying to do something fast, you roll it, or if you're under pressure. If you have plenty of time and enough sufficient rating in your skill, you can accomplish those things without any fuss. Because actually, like, rolling skills and failing them is kind of part of the progression. If you guys want to, like, speed up and roll dice, we can always roll first and then see if you've got enough percentage to sort you out later. Or we can just go with whatever your default percentage is. But if you, get on a phone and call up the DEA, you are transferred based, whatever the secured version of that is. You are transferred a file on the activities of the Black Giants in the raid. So it's the reports you get back, it takes them a few minutes to get back to you. They're a little old. It's the 80s, some of the details are a little sparse. Some of these portions may have been unofficially redacted. But there was a raid on an isolated bar with an attached motorcycle garage, which the gang used to hide out in Oklahoma. There was an assault with an FBI SWAT team in cooperation with the DEA. They met heavy resistance from the gang and encountered several fatalities of their agents. And also, most of the gang was killed, and then, most of the rest was arrested. But a couple got away. They took some names down who are still fugitive to this day. And at the scene, they recovered stockpiles of opiates, illegal cash and guns, stolen motorcycle parts. There was also a lot of Nazi and neo-Nazi paraphernalia. YouTube, please don't hate me. And also some signs of ritualistic murder. What signs of ritualistic murder is not specified in the case file, but it is the phrase used.
That's annoying.
So just to, I guess, make it a little quick.
Yeah.
I have 40 in bureaucracy as well, so I just want to bring up if there's anything that else as different from what he finds comes up.
No, the FBI version of the file is very similar. There is probably a full unredacted file somewhere, but you guys have to go solve a guy's mysterious murder, so we don't have time to
probably
dig in the back for that.
I have to go send requests for that shit.
Yes, unfortunately.
Yes.
This is why the skill we normally ask for these things is bureaucracy. Do you guys have any further questions for Agent Green before you head out?
Car's just going to stand up, grab the SUV keys and turn on a heel.
I guess I should be going.
And Petty Officer will just pull out Kara.
Yeah.
Oh, someone's in a rush.
I tossed the keys. I tossed the keys to the seal.
So he grabs them.
For reference, what is your drive rating?
My drive rating?
Yeah.
The basic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It is.
I got 40 in drive, so hey.
Yeah, I don't know you though.
That's fair. I can at least drive off pressure.
Yeah. I mean, depending on, like I said, what Benowitz and Garza's drive rating are, they might wonder at the SEAL, who clearly looks like he is more at home piloting a miniature submersible or a jet ski than a car.
Hey, if there's a lake job, that might come up.
I mean,
well, you
are. Want me to drive, or are you comfortable with the vehicle?
Anyway, I'm gonna pull out my phone and I'm gonna do a quick Google search on Duskpines.
I was gonna do that too, actually.
Yeah. I figured there'd be a little bit. Do you have any particular skills you would be leaning into, Kara, like history or anything, or you just basic bitch Google?
We're doing basic bitch Google right now.
Okay. So, you find, the lovely little website for Duskpines, Washington. It is exactly the kind of small town in the Pacific Northwest you would expect to see on TV or in a book. You read the front page of their website. The town has a long history with the lumber and mining industry until both of those have closed down in the last century or so. And it is now primary its industry is tourism. The town has a no-tell motel and a historic inn, Majestic Hotel. And the surrounding land is dotted with cabins for rent, campgrounds, and hunting lodges. In the fall, for certain hunting seasons, They have major festivals for drawing in the tourists. That's why I kind of want to say it's probably like spring. You are not in tourist season. They also cater to local legends and cryptids. You discover on the front page, there's a note for visit the historic and town-owned Big Cups Diner, and there's a picture of a diner with big cups, and there's a drawing of Bigfoot holding a giant cup.
Kara sighs audibly.
Yeah.
The
other major tourist attractions include Tall Pine Falls, the alleged namesake of the town, and just down the highway there is the historic ghost town of Thunder Mine.
Thunder Mine.
Oh boy.
So, other than that, you see all the typical stuff. There's stores, general store, gun store, bookstore. There's a doctor office. There's, the sheriff's office, which is connected to the post office. There's a town hall, all that fun stuff. On the either end of town, there are 2 locally owned gas stations. You notice that, on Google Maps, there is a self-storage place down there.
Of course there
Seems pretty sleepy. Outside of town, the town proper, there's a couple of, small outlying hops farms and apple orchards. Apparently, on the front page, they're like, check out our local microbrew scene. Hard cider. It's the cideriest. They do have access to, a national forest with a national park around a crater lake as well. So there's some lake stuff. They are next to the Sound. Go ahead and make me an int roll. Let's see how big your brain is. If you're just Googling stuff as well, Agent Benowitz, you can int roll as well to see if you catch some of this
I was thinking of
stuff.
looking into the weirder side of things. Because it's I have Humint and Sigint and forensic.
Humint and Sigint would not be used for this kind of
Yeah, I believe Humint is for personal stuff. So.
Yeah, this would be history mostly.
By the way, I have an 18 intelligence, so that gives me a 90. Do I really need to roll?
I mean, roll to see if you crit, I guess. Do you get doubles?
Alright.
We'll see what happens. You might get a 99. You got a 98.
I failed. I fucking failed. God.
Sadly, can't put a point in that.
D1 decided to challenge your hubris.
Yes, they challenged my hubris, and now fuck you, D1, Dice 1. Fuck that. Where's my dice?
I'm gonna get your
Kara gets distracted looking at the the local smoke shop with the very culturally insensitive Indian statue outside.
I'll do an int roll. I guess.
Sure. Yeah.
That's
Let's see if you notice it googling.
That's a 46, so I'm good.
All right. You pick up on some of the subtleness that it's not directly discussed on their websites and stuff, but you pick up from some social media and things. That the town of Duskpines has a fierce rivalry with the small tourist trap, which is just across the Sound, called Bright Ferry, a.k.a. Little Norway. So they have a fierce small-town rivalry.
Yeah, because there's no mention of it at all in any of their tourism stuff, yeah.
Yeah, despite the fact that if you look on Google's tourism maps, it's just right over there. It's just across the Sound.
It's yeah.
Mm.
So
Duskpines is probably, couple hours of driving the speed limit out of town.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Which I feel like Marth, you let me know what you prefer. I feel like there's 2 ways to interpret you having the basic drive auto. Either you painstakingly drive the speed limit the entire time, or you drive like you're currently in, Iraq or Afghanistan. In a Humvee.
Evasive maneuvers.
Ignoring all forms of traffic regulation.
Before we get in that SUV, we're going to go to the fucking Bigfoot Java, and I am getting the fattest cup of coffee.
Well, you have to drive to Duskpines, remember? So.
No, Bigfoot Java is actually a fucking chain.
You mean your actual Bigfoot Java? Yeah, okay.
I don't know what this means, but I don't.
All right, you hit up a drive.
Not from the West Coast either, so
giant coffee.
Giant
just
coffee.
Good.
It is
Coffee
the crack
black.
of dawn right now.
Yeah.
Coffee going around. Coffee.
Yeah.
Yep.
I believe I believe a thing of large coffee for everybody would count as an incidental expense.
Is the image on this site supposed to have a Bigfoot in it, or is it just meant to be an ambient forest shot?
Just open it up.
I'm looking at it.
I'm looking at it. I can't.
I mean, I don't see Bigfoot, but that doesn't mean I don't see Bigfoot, you know?
Oh, yeah,
I never
yeah.
see Bigfoot.
You only feel Bigfoot's presence. And yes, you guys are in Bigfoot country, allegedly.
Yeah.
It's just gonna be annoying because everyone's just gonna.
I think he's going to just painstakingly stick to the speed limit.
Okay. So, yeah, your Navy SEAL executes the drive in a very professional, soldierly manner, obeying all traffic signs and signals.
This is not a war zone. I have to.
I have no
You-
complaints about his driving then.
Yeah.
Agent
You
Garza,
know, you've
I
got a
think-
GPS unit which helpfully tells you all your directions. Destination on the left, in.
What was that?
Honestly, if we could all just, if anything weird happens, we can all just blame it on Bigfoot and never say anything.
I don't know if you said
I
that
feel-
in character or not.
He did. I think he did, because I'm just imagining there's a moment of silence in the as in the SUV as everybody thinks to themselves, "Yeah, we could blame it on Bigfoot." And then somebody, I don't want to know who, but somebody thinks to themselves, "But what if it actually is Bigfoot?"
I think that would
I
be
don't think
Darin.
Bigfoot stays through walls.
As you stare at the little pine-scented freshener hanging from the rear view. What if it
Yeah.
is?
If it's Bigfoot and it has the ability to face through walls, that would explain a lot of the bullshit.
Well,
Don't
you don't know if it
think-
faced the wall.
Garza's
Anyway.
only response is to take a long sip of coffee.
Kara pulls out a cigarette and just lights it. She doesn't even ask if you're okay with it. She just lights it.
Yeah, Darin Lynch is
Better put that
totally
window.
okay with that.
That's
Yeah,
what.
it's
And
just-
she just leans back.
We should clarify. We did discover the rules on this. Darin has a bond with Kara as part of Delta Green
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
you've been through some shit together. So
Yeah.
yeah,
So,
no.
Yeah.
He just drinks a bit of his coffee before setting down the cup holder.
Mhm.
Because, of course, there's a cup holder in an SUV.
Oh yeah, you have all kinds of cup holder.
All right.
Yeah.
So Kara, leans back in her chair, blows out a puff of cigarette, and is like, "All right, boys, who's lead on this excursion?"
I would say during your briefing, it probably would have come up with Agent Green that he would have said that because you are intergovernmental, you are technically equally ranked because you are all representing your respective agencies. But if you guys want to figure out like who's actually taking point, with talking to people, I would say it probably makes sense for the FBI agent to take point because you are investigating the death of an FBI agent. But you guys may want to decide different order of things.
Because Kara will just keep going. Marth, I totally just forgot. Well, I'm not gonna remember anyone's name forever, but that guy is good at problem solving. Emphasis on problem. I'm good at.
I imagine when you point and you say problem solving, you maybe do a finger gun.
Yeah.
Me, I'm good at looking at things. I'm good at looking at dead bodies and knowing if they're fucking weird or not. I don't know what you two are good at.
red tape and finding patterns.
She'll look at the DEA agent.
I'm good at finding out what we need to know from both people and from the crime scene.
Ain't that a
I
textbook?
can also, shoot a gun.
We can all shoot a gun.
I don't know why, but I'm just imagining Kara like holds up a hand with her gun. Just we all have guns.
Yeah.
I mean, but knowing what we are, it's dumb not to have one, honestly.
Also, Darin would just point out, like, I can stake out a place and be perfectly hidden.
Did you bring the sniper rifle this time?
Yes. He has a service rifle.
Oh
No, he has an M4 carbine probably with accessories,
Oh, okay.
which does mean he does have access to a full auto weapon. But once again, those are Uncle Sam's bullets. Careful where you put those.
20%
Yeah.
lethality rating, yeah.
But so Kara,
Assuming that affects the problem you're dealing with.
So Kara, takes another drag on her cigarette and goes like, "By the sounds of being it, you two should probably be asking the big questions around here.
We'll get you to the scene and we'll make sure people don't get in the way.
Well, if you can get me to the bodies, that'll be good. I don't care what any fucking backwater medical report has to say. There's always something. And sometimes the lack of something is something. I need to see those bodies."
Actually, this is a good question.
Agree.
Once again, I don't want to like take away from the role playing, but I just in my mind, Kara seems very physical. Like I almost imagine you like with your offhand, like slapping the briefing folder against the the dashboard or something.
Like I said, Kara is just kind of done with life.
Yeah.
So she's
what is your ranks in medicine?
Medicine is. Let me see here. It's 21. It's only 21.
Hey, I mean, if you want to, we talked about this. Actually, I think I mentioned this to Axe off mic, but because we're coming back to this fresh. Like we said, you guys' old characters are so old. We didn't have some of the full source books yet, and these are otherwise we have new characters. If you want to adjust some of your percentages around, you can.
I think I will, but I gotta look real quick.
It's fine. You can figure that out. You can attempt to roll medicine. Do you have any forensics as well?
I have forensic, yes.
Okay, how much?
40%.
40% is like the equivalent of college degree. So you would probably notice this, and anybody else, I would say, any other agent who has a similar ranking of forensics may have noticed this looking through.
Yep.
You may believe that there is a slight discrepancy in the amount of blood you see and is reported at the scene, and blood that was reported coming out of Fowler's body when he was medically examined.
Mm-hmm.
He may have been partially exsanguinated. There's there's a mass discrepancy for how much blood there should be, considering how very dead he is. I would also say, with that survival rating, even though you don't have any medical, Holland, you definitely are like, that looks like a fucking bear attack. Or maybe some photos you've seen in the military of a guy getting, like, what happens when a person gets mauled by a gorilla.
Yeah.
Something huge that mauled him to death. Kind of thing.
It's like, big things.
Who's playing Zelda? Or whatever the hell that is.
That's Marth. But all this kind of points to being like, something huge attacked him. It got covered in his blood. He maybe shot it, and then it left.
If it got covered in his blood...
Without breaking the door.
If it got covered in his blood, there'd be a lot... There'd be... Kara just kind of waves his hands. Not necessarily blood trails, but the blood pattern would be affected.
Yeah.
Like there is a note from the coroner that he insists that all the missing blood clearly got splashed on the killer. Again, you guys are like, I don't know, that's a lot of his blood missing, Chief.
I mean, his arms and
it seems like there's maybe like what's a good cup of measure?
Unless the
probably
sheriff,
like a pint. Maybe he's missing.
Didn't notice all that blood like around the hotel at all. I mean,
you didn't think that the
there's some basic crime scene photos. You guys obviously can go to the scene yourself. It's only been probably like 24 or 48 hours since it happened.
That makes it easy to check again, yeah.
So the crime scene is probably still sealed.
Until we have something else, I still think we're dealing with something that can phase through a wall.
That's not out of the question.
I don't know how we'll find something that can do that, but we got to do something.
I mean, there are other ways to get into a hotel room without breaking the lock. Like,
I mean, I guess it also were the windows to this room, besides like the front door.
Yeah. If you guys if anybody out there hasn't ever seen one of those classic drive-up motels, now this is you park out front, you open the door, there's a big old window, you walk into just the bedroom, bathroom, and closet in the back.
Yeah, I guess we'll have to check the windows and the door locks.
Yeah, the main thing is there is no sign of forced entry whatsoever, and according to the sheriff anyway, there was no forensic evidence of any other people being in that crime scene of the conventional.
Okay, Omega, I'm gonna do a thing. I'm gonna switch myself from scientist to physician. It's not gonna change. It's not gonna change like a lot of my skills that much, but it's gonna change some of the values on them.
Sure.
So let me do this real quick.
Yeah, adjust your number.
Yep.
You are now fully. Well, you're not really Agent Scully because you've seen way too much real shit, but that's more like what Agent Scully's skill set was. I don't actually know what Special Agent Mulder's skill set was supposed to be. Believing everything?
I thought it was like an analyst or something.
I guess he does listen to a lot of tape and do a lot of math and stuff.
He might have been.
Mostly, he just seems to know about weird occult or UFOlogy things.
I mean, he might have been a guy during the Satanic Panic who actually hunted down cults and shit, or I guess did bookkeeping.
I'm not gonna get into the back files.
Whatever. But
yeah. So it's a couple hours drive probably at the speed limit. You got to go up into the mountains and everything. Any other questions or concerns with the initial briefing reports or amongst yourselves before you actually get to town?
No, but I do think I want Axe and Aren to take lead in questioning in lines of pursuit. I will support as necessary, and Marth will support.
That's probably a good idea. How much persuade does Kara have?
She's not. Well, let me check the persuade and precision real quick. It's 40. It's not the worst.
Okay, you've got a little bit of bedside manner.
Mm-hmm.
Axe, you were saying?
I have 60, so it'll be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
But let me see here. So, my accounting is going up though. Excellent. Wait, no, it's not. I lied.
All right. So, anybody else have any other things they want to?
No, we probably need hard. We need to go like.
On the trip there, I'm just going to kind of continue to go over the case file and just look for any investigative inconsistencies.
Yeah. I mean, I could point out. What's your forensic score actually?
40.
Yeah. So about the same. You look over. You definitely. Now, obviously, small town sheriff, but the fact that there's no crime scene photos of the Richter suicide, that's not the procedure. You're supposed to photograph, like, everything.
Yeah.
Even if it's an open and shut case, you should still have a record.
Yeah. That's odd, considering it might be a weird...
So you may want to use that as a pressing point when you speak to the sheriff to get more clarification.
Okay.
Agent Carr, would you want to, or I guess Dr. Robinson, would you want to get to the crime scene first? Or do you want to see the bodies first?
First, we got to go introduce ourselves to the sheriff.
All right, probably easier to see the bodies then.
Once we hook
I would like to point out. Sorry.
So go.
One at a time.
I would like to point out that the crime scene will probably be deteriorating more than the bodies in the morgue.
Honestly, though, like I said, we're already on real talk, though, spending an hour to acquaint ourselves with local law enforcement will do a lot more to smooth over rough feelings than busting out a door and touching everything and then flashing badges.
Yeah. I just meant that we should probably maybe the scene before the bodies.
Also, I would point out, though, you have to talk to the sheriff to get it because she's got some of his things in lockup. The evidence collected on Fowler's body.
Does anyone else have
she would have access to his sedan keys, and if you go to his motel room, that's where his agency car is. So if you ever needed to do the dreaded split the party, that would give you 2 vehicles because your part of your cover would be to take into custody his agency paraphernalia. So somebody has to pick up his car.
Maybe he's got
at some
something
point.
inside the car. Yeah. Also, anyone just to ask this as a character as a player thing, is anyone have points in computer science?
I just got rid of mine. Haha.
I have 40 in it, so I'll try to crack the phone. So
yeah, that's good. Okay. All right, so you guys are just gonna drive right up to the sheriff's office and pop in on Sheriff Grimm. I see.
Yeah.
All right. Does anybody want to get any more officialed up as they get out of the SUV, or are you going to continue looking like you guys were coming out of the airport?
I mean, I'm wearing a coat over a suit over a dress shirt, and then
Cara literally gives no.
I'll just have my badge ready.
I'll probably have my windbreaker on now.
All right. DEA.
All right. I don't need to go with you guys. I'm gonna stay out here with the car.
Yeah, you can stay in the car. We'll tell you to come.
Listen, I want to smoke.
You sit in the car and smoke. Got it. Yeah. That's what I knew was gonna happen.
Oh yeah. Here's a dumb thing I think Benowitz said on the drive. So was Agent Greed a fan of the X-Files? Because it looked like he was doing the smoking man.
Cara looks at her cigarette, looks at you, just takes another puff.
I shouldn't have asked.
I mean, some our 2 new federal agents. You guys have some decent amount of human, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I have 80.
I have 60.
Well, yeah, definitely then Garza can tell, but probably, how much do you have?
60.
Yeah, you guys can probably both tell that Dr. Robinson here is not quite all there in the head.
Mm-hmm.
You would have to guess that she may abuse substances to make up for an issue with sleeping, judging by the dark circles. So
I just thought of virologists in the last like 5 years were like that.
It is true that Uncle Sam does overwork people, but possibly because out of character, Kara has a sleep disorder on her character sheet. You guys can tell with those very high amounts of human that she is probably not the healthiest person mentally. And also probably physically, because holy shit, how many cigarettes have you smoked since you got here?
I'm probably on my third one.
Yeah.
Too many.
I can't wait to drop the "those will kill you" line and be like, well, something's gotta.
Well, yeah.
All right. So our two federal agents roll up into the sheriff's office.
Put on my transition shades.
Yep. Nice. It's very easily identifiable. It is opposite the town hall, so there's a lovely historic town hall on the opposite side of the street that Kara and Darin can eyeball while they stand around looking cool.
Put on some gloves.
The sheriff's office is also comboed with the Duskpines post office. Safe space time. You guys walk in through the main lobby. You are greeted by someone at the desk. Her nameplate says Betty, and she says, "Why, hello there. How can I help you? I'm Betty." You not just your badges. You here to see the sheriff?
Yes, we need to invite ourselves or introduce ourselves.
All right. Yes. Yeah. Follow me into the back. Sheriff.
Ooh, excuse me.
I imaged like the sheriff's office in Alan Wake, where it has there's like a prison to the right, and then the office.
Yeah.
To the left.
That is that. Wow. Basically, it's also combined with the post office, but one wing is jail cells. Another wing is the mail room. There's a joined lobby, and then kind of behind the main desk there's an actual office area, a block of offices, a break room. You see the coffee machine has a little handwritten note that says "out of order" on it. There is you see probably some more sturdy doors for like a small evidence locker or an arm, gun room. And you walk out to an office, and a short but wiry woman comes out, mid to late 30s, dark hair, dark eyes, serious attitude. She is absolutely wearing some kind of sheriff's cap, even though it's indoors.
Hello, Sheriff Grimm. I am Officer Benowitz. We're part of and this is Agent Garza. We're part of the task force assigned to deal with the current affair happening.
She kind of nods. Do you stick out a hand, or is this just bad?
Yeah, I stick out a gloved hand.
Okay. She'll kind of eyeball you for a second and shake, and she's like, "All right, well," kind of slightly awkward pause and says, "Which part of the case would you like to handle first, gentlemen?"
We've discussed the rest of our team. We would like to see the actual crime scene in the motel.
All right, seems fair.
Do you have keys
Here,
to
let me
this
just
car?
make sure to get you everything we got going on. So, do you guys know where she turns to you? Do you know where the No-Tell Motel is? Couldn't have missed it on the drive into town.
We saw it on the way.
All right. Well, that's the case. You'll find the car there. Let me just go into here. She, goes into her little evidence locker and comes out. She turns over Agent Fowler's, and this would be to Special Agent Benowitz, his badge, his gun, and his car keys. She says his wallet and phone are personal effects. They're with the body.
All right.
So that'll be at our local doctor's office. It's on Main Street. If you want that, she pulls out a business card and hands it to you. You're looking for Dr. Arthur Causer. He's our main source of medical know-how around here.
We'll meet him.
You'll find him at his
later.
practice or maybe down at that diner.
We'll meet him later today.
Mm-hmm. Now, I understand, obviously, this is all very federal hush-hush, but I am the law around here, and I hope that you'll keep us informed as to what's going on with the case. Nods the hat at both of you. If you've seen my report, y'all know that I'm of the opinion that that Richter fella must have had an accomplice somewhere around town.
Find any leads on that, do tell.
Mm-hmm. So long as, you tell me leads. Does, gesture back and forth between three of you, but you know what I mean.
We'll do what we can.
Outside, while these guys are doing all this, you see our two guys outside. You see a sheriff's car pull up, park. Out springs a strapping young deputy with a big smile. His name tag says Shepherd.
Oh boy.
He shoots you a howdy, folks. He walks by.
Yeah, just wave.
Does not even acknowledge.
He goes in as you guys are kind of probably turning to leave to go back to your car. You see this come in and says, "Hey, Sheriff, there's a black SUV outside." And then he runs into you guys and he's like, "Ah." The sheriff nods and says, "Yeah, agents, this is my main deputy, Bobby Shepherd. The other guys work nights or part-time." Yes, this is a sheriff and their deputy town.
Yeah.
Deputy Shepherd will, big, long handshakes. I'm imagining he is a tall mountain of a man, probably in his mid to late 20s. Big smiles, barely fits in his uniform.
Me as a person is trying to be professional about it, but I image Benowitz is a bit more amiable about it, being a bit more friendly, with gestures and body language. I'm just not sure how to report that.
Yeah, that's fair. No, you're a little more friendly than maybe your dialogue is. That's okay.
Growing big around here.
Yep. Mom always said maybe I was the Bigfoot. Knows. The sheriff rolls her eyes in the back. All right. Well, you guys know the number to call if you got anything. I'll be sure to ring the motel and let them know you're coming, so you can look at the scene. Deputy Shepherd is like, "Oh, it's no problem, Sheriff. I'll just run right down there. It's no problem at all. Just go back with my squad car." Will you guys refuse the help for your deputy?
Benowitz looks at Garza.
Sure, he can come along.
It's great. Terrible shame about Special Agent Fowler. A little bit of a weird guy, but wish nothing on nobody.
Do you talk with him much?
No, I was only a little bit when he came to town. He came to see the scene right in there. He gestures into the jail cell they've got at the jail wing they got attached, where that weird Richter guy, Bobby gets a little cagey because he's not sure how to politely talk about a guy slitting his wrists in a jail cell.
Who first saw the incident happen? Or I guess who found the body first?
Double check my notes. So Sheriff Grimm would pipe up. That was me. Was staying up late in the office. Don't know where he got the blade when he smuggled in. Patted him down when he came in, but he must have hid it somewhere. She kind of, maybe not gets a little green, but she gets a little wan around the edges and is like, the blood pooled in the hallway. Called a paramedic, checked him. Too late.
You managed to take any photos of the scene?
she kind of pauses for a second, and she's like, "No, not really. It was an open and shut case. It was right there, in evidence. Everything open and shut. We use the cells for drunks, so we've had to, clean up everything. No time, really. He was dying right there."
And in the file, was there like a whole thing about there like being a massive pool of blood, or just him being?
There'd be some notes that there was a lot of blood on the scene. It was,
Okay.
suicide by intravenous.
Okay.
If you look in you guys can look in the hallway to the jail cell. There is not blood pooled now.
All right.
She alludes to the fact that she hosed it out.
Shit, I wish I had a UV light.
Sadly, you do not.
Yeah, we can find one.
So, you guys are here. I would like you guys to roll human.
Okay.
And I would like you to roll for reason.
Okay.
Please tell me what you get.
I got a 22.
Well, that's a critical success. Oh, well, that's awful. Okay.
It's like
Her charisma times 5 was 98. Nobody that charismatic.
I'm trying to think of how. I don't think yours is that high. It's like, oh damn.
No, that's a
I
critical.
critically fumble.
You believe her story completely. She is an honest sheriff. Everything is right in the world. Whereas Agent Benowitz, you critically succeed.
She's like hiding something. Okay.
So, you get the impression from her story that she may have seen a little bit more detail at the case, and there was a reason why she did not want to take any record of it. She seems a little nervous about the conversation. Not so much about like the search, but
Like a breach of protocol kind of thing.
Yeah, there's something she doesn't want to talk about with it.
Becca, just to ask, how weird is it to press on the being that like this is a bit of a stare breach of protocol? Like, was there something that incited this kind
is
that a fair line of questioning, or does that just sound odd?
Yeah, I mean, you guys are all law enforcement. You could bring it up to her.
Like,
you don't know how she'll react. You don't really have. You don't have any jurisdiction to like officially, punish or chastise her, but you can bring it up as a professional.
If it was like, it's a bit odd to like clean up the scene and leave no pictures, considering like you cleaned it before we had an actual like one of our medical professionals show up.
I mean, it was an open and shut case. It was clear suicide. You can check the doctor's report. It was a little freaky to have a guy bleed under my jail cell. That is the first time that's happened. Yes, we're dealing with a lot of new things here in Duskpines. But he came quietly. He wasn't supposed to. He didn't seem that dangerous. I know they always say on the reports, armed and dangerous fugitive. He, just seemed like the weird old guy. We all knew him as Ricky. Just the weird old guy in the woods.
How long is he like? Was he like around in the woods?
I think she kind of pauses to think back. Oh gosh, he must have been here since maybe the 80s or 90s. I guess you'd have to check at town hall when he purchased the property. Yeah, no, Ricky's been the old weird prepper guy up in the woods for decades around here.
Good to know. We'll look into that.
He owns some property then.
Yeah, he was a resident.
All right.
I didn't get a chance to go out there before, the whole thing. But that's where supposedly Agent Fowler was going to head next before that other whole thing. I'm convinced there's got to be an accomplice here. Somebody good with lockpicks?
Well, we'll be sure to let you know if we find one.
Yeah, we'll see if we find any actual leads to tell you.
All right. Anyway, Bobby can show you to the crime scene, and then she points to him. And Bobby, you come right back. You do not get in the federal agent's way, all right? Oh, don't you worry about it, Sheriff. I'll be just fine. Just a quick lope down to town. So if you guys have no further questions for the sheriff.
Thank you for your time, Sheriff Grimm. We'll be off.
No problem. This is the most federal action I've got since after 9/11 and the Homeland Security grant.
As I guess Garza and Benowitz walk away, Benowitz is gonna like pull out his phone and like type something on a notepad and show it to Garza. Be like,
Sure.
like
You can do basic.
suicide marks equal ritual? Question mark.
Let's give kind of a shrug for the moment.
Yeah.
Because it's like I don't want to say anything in front of the deputy.
Yeah, nope, you got a guy behind you. All right, so
my skill has really changed up how my skills are spread out. It's kind of weird. I'll show you guys in a second here, but
you guys find your Seal and Doctor healing and hurting.
Yeah.
These two guys come out, looking at something on one of their phones with that very tall sheriff's deputy behind him.
Mm-hmm.
Would you prefer to walk just down the main street, or do you want to drive the distance? I don't know how you federales are with your gas budgets.
Let's walk.
I'd be fine walking. Get see a bit
walking.
of the town.
Get some fresh air.
All right, let's take a little walk then. He reaches into his squad car, puts his lovely cap on, and just walks down Main Street, picturesque as can be. You walk right by the gun store, the clothing store, the hunting store, which is different from the gun store.
Might need all three of those things at
the
some point.
bookstore, the general store.
We might make use of these at some point.
Bobby Shepard is sure to point out the Doc Calzer's practice. And it's Doc Calzer's place.
The bodies are
Got a morgue in the basement.
On the way we're walking, Benowitz is gonna like quietly explain what we like noticed to I guess Dr. Robinson, and then
I will literally put up a head to forestall you and just like just wait until we get to the
or it's like or it's like you I like try to say something.
You go for like a thing, but it's fine. You guys can commiserate later. You guys do walk by the Big Cups Diner. There is in fact a painting of Bigfoot drinking a giant mug of coffee. And you crunch along to the No-Tell Motel. And yes, it is called that.
Charming.
It is literally the No-Tell Motel.
Morbidly adorable.
So you guys, Bobby walks you to the front office at least. He leans in. He's greeted by a little old lady at the front desk. Says, Deputy Bobby. Like, howdy, miss. He points to you. These fine gentlemen and lady are from some kind of joint task force and investigating the death of that FBI agent. If you could kindly give them a key to room 12, they'll go about your business. And she's like, does this finally mean you're going to take down that police tape? Bobby kind of shrugs and looks at you guys.
We'll see to it.
All right. I'll probably give
just a bit. I'm purposely saying yes, but also like I'm not promising anything kind of thing in polite ways.
Yeah. You're being nice. No definite phrases. So she probably hands you the key. You go on down. You do in fact see that there is a bureau issue sedan sitting in the gravel parking lot. And that room number 12 has been, closed and has police tape, crime scene do not cross running across the door. Bobby kind of says, well, here we are. I guess just, if you got any questions, call the sheriff's office. Be seeing you.
Will do.
Before he pops off, is there anything you want to, speak to him about?
Nothing comes to mind yet. We can just call him later.
Yeah, nothing at the moment.
All right. Okay, so how do you want to handle the crime scene?
So, Dr. Robinson, do you want to go look at the scene and then while we investigate his car?
Dr. Robinson will put out her cigarette, pull a pair of glasses out, put on her rubber gloves and her face mask, and let's look at some murder.
All right. Somebody produces a pocket knife from somewhere and slits the crime scene tape.
I have a pocket knife.
All right, you produce a pocket knife and slit the crime scene tape.
Mm-hmm.
Pop open the seal. Is anybody else normally procedure is you don't actually have all the people standing around all at once, but you guys are operating in Delta Green time. Does anybody else want to like look at the crime scene of the motel room with Dr. Kara, or are you gonna give her some space?
I got 40 in forensics and some other things, so I like probably because also maybe I
and I do believe
symbology.
that you would have a basic evidence kit.
Yeah, probably.
So you'll help.
I'll start casing the outside of the area.
I'll hand the keys to can't remember Marth's character's name. To Holland.
Penny
like,
Yeah.
Holland, yeah.
Holland, or is I'll call you Smith. Smith, look for the car if you want to. Be a bit careful.
You were given car keys.
Okay.
All right, let's handle the motel room first, since that's what's immediately to hand. So the motel room is a motel room. There is a singular bed, though it is probably like a queen size or something. There's a little cheapo writing desk with a lamp on it. There's a corded phone. There's an old TV on a stand, though it has a digital antenna. There's a mini fridge in the back and a coffee machine that looks like it's from 1970.
Jeez.
In the back, there is a closet and a bathroom. You guys, look around, basic stuff. What's up?
I assume there isn't the whole tape thing, because I know they stopped doing that because it like disturbed evidence.
No, there's no tape outline. You can tell where he was killed because that's where the bloodstain is on the carpet.
Yeah, I wish we had like the photo and compared to the scene to be like, okay, that's where this was, and that's where the stain was.
No.
Yeah.
Well, everything would be in place with evidence markers, so
right, yeah.
Everything is left as it was. They have yet to do the thing that you will actually do in forensic cases if you're really serious, which is you'll cut out the carpet and take it for analysis. Apparently, they decided to skip that step. But there is, a giant blood stain on the carpet. The whole room probably smells very slightly of slightly damp, drying blood, and mothballs.
Mothballs.
You guys do, basic case of the place. Probably Benowitz does, checking the corners and stuff while
the
doctor busies himself with
yeah.
forensics. There doesn't seem to be anything really generally out of place with the room. There's a couple of pens out of place on the writing desk, but the scratch pad doesn't seem to have been used. There is an overnight bag in the closet. He's got some basic traveler's toiletries in the bathroom. His toothbrushes in there, a small travel pack of toothpaste, and stuff like that. Hung in the closet, there is an FBI windbreaker. Other than that, nothing really crazy. You open his overnight bag, it's just clothes and shit.
All right.
So, again, y'all with medical or forensic knowledge are reminded of an animal attack. You guys look at the blood spatter on the walls, and I know your percentages, so I'm not going to make you roll on this. This blood splatter is consistent with rending of blades or claws, maybe even, like I said, tearing the flesh by brute strength.
Jeez.
But other than that, the scene is remarkably undisturbed. The door, there's no obvious tool marks. The window is intact, barring some bloodstains on the curtains. There's no other proper entrance to the room. There is an HVAC duct, but, it's an HVAC duct. Don't actually fit in those.
Are there any bullet casings?
No, there are no shell casings in this room.
Weird, because it needs to say he shot twice.
Yeah, but remember, people heard the shots outside. It sounds,
so
from what they said, it sounds like he fired out there in the parking lot. You will cut to Garza, who made second. So, like I said, the door is completely unharmed. Very little is disturbed in the room. It's for the amount of blood you're looking at, it's very freaky. It almost seems like there wasn't a struggle. He just very suddenly was attacked very violently, and then whatever person or force did this vacated the area. Again, without any obvious sign of the HVAC duct isn't, unscrewed and busted open. The window's not cracked. There's no signs of somebody who was dripping with blood hopping over the windowsill. The door is not broken. It was locked. I got to take because I'm going for a little bit. I got to take a quick break, but I've got some rolls I should do in a second.
All right.
So I'm going to pause here and be right back.
All right.
All right.
How you guys feeling right now about this so far?
It's too early to tell.
Good.
Too early to tell, yeah.
I'm getting a feel for my character and stuff, so.
I have a slight feel, but I weirdly image the main character guy from Criminal Minds, the guy of I don't think his name, but the team lead of that guy. I image that guy for some reason with the shades and stuff. Also, you specialized in like effective places. So hey.
Yeah, no, like I was actually redoing my numbers and stuff. I was like, man, I am super suspect in all the medical. It's a little crazy.
I don't know. I was super spec in human, and I roll an 88. You know.
I mean, my intelligence is 18, and I rolled a fucking 98. I'm like,
Yeah.
But still,
I got at least I got SIGINT, so I got 40 SIGINT, so at least we got something there.
yeah, actually, I have a stupid high persuade.
Yeah.
It's a little
I have
weird.
60 in it. That's like, huh?
And psychotherapy is at 70. You can talk to me about all your shit, and I'll tell you, yo, you haven't actually seen any shit. You should be okay with your life. Actually, I should check the rules on that. Actually,
I think there's like you can do like medicine where it's like a 1 to like 4 points of sand or something.
I
should definitely look that up because I have a feeling we might need that.
Right. My character, I think, is the only one who knows how to really run. 8%.
I have like 50% in athletics, so I can run.
Yeah, I have 50 also.
Yeah, I have 80.
Oh, like fair enough. Like
I
can hope it.
Yeah.
Not the basic.
You're a doctor. You're not a combat.
No, the Navy SEAL is going to run that triathlon, right?
And 80% at swim.
Oh yeah, I guess you could probably you at least mention that like the guy has property and stuff, so we have to check that out later too.
I'm the guy who I'm the vigilant guy because 70% in alert.
Same here.
I really wish I had a fucking ultraviolet light right now.
Yeah.
Sadly,
we do a luck check. I guess we could do a luck check for like.
I guess you could probably do a luck check if you prepped, but you didn't pre-prep.
I didn't pre-prep. No, I didn't think about that.
I mean, you can always ask at the doctors when we get there.
Yeah, you can attempt to acquire
after they have some Lumisol and some and a UV light.
Yeah, you could ask that at the sheriff's officer at the medical.
There's always a chance you can get.
Anyway, I'm going to unpause the recording. Talking shop. We're back. Hope everybody's having fun.
He is now a super forensics expert.
I am.
Hotel team, I would like you, or motel team. You guys are examining the scene. I would like you to. Actually, yeah. Let's. Kara, you're more focused on, I assume, like the blood stains and trying to find forensic evidence.
Yes.
All right. In that case, what I would like Agent Benowitz to do is roll search for me to see if you notice anything rapidly.
Okay, because I got 60 in it, so let's see how it goes. Yeah.
If you fail, that just probably means that it'll take you a while to find the clues.
All right. That's a 009. I don't think
9.
double O's count as crits or not. I forget.
No, that's just 009, so it's 9. So that's pretty low. So with only a brief search, like I said, you check the closet, you check under the bed, you notice something unusual. Some of the light bulbs in this room are burst, leaving pools of glass here and there. Like
did he shoot the
couple of the lights in the vanity mirror are popped. One of the bedside lamps is popped.
Does it look like something hit it, or like it just bursted?
It looks more like they just burst. The glass is not scattered in a particular pattern. It just kind of fell where it lay.
That means like some kind of like electrical surge or something. But
also notice that the TV antenna, because it is, like I said, a digital antenna, is oddly bent out of place. It appears to be pointed directly at the center of the bloodstain.
Hey, Dr. Robinson, I think some kind of pressure wave happened.
I would like to point out, though, that only some of the light bulbs are popped. Some of them are fine.
Weird. Was it all like in one side of the room?
Carl's just going to look over her shoulder. You can't spend fucking 5 minutes at a crime scene and have the perfect theory.
He points at a pile of glass.
Yes, something exploded a bulb. We don't know what exploded the bulb. We don't know what did the thing. Why do you think it's a pressure wave?
Because this thing bent towards the blood stain, and then are all of like the bulbs that are shattered like on one side of the room?
No. Trying to think my notes and stuff. It's not like an order like even split. It does appear to be a little haphazard though. Like I said, like maybe half the vanity lights are popped out in the bathroom. One of the bedside lamps is popped out, but not the writing desk lamp, for instance, which is actually closer to the door.
Okay, then never mind. Like something caused the lights to burst though. Something
very weird. Yes.
It's like such things can be done with a strange electrical surge, maybe a change in pressure in the area. Scientifically, there are reasons. There's a couple reasons, but again, Is it just something random, or is it something actually connected? We don't know.
Fair enough.
So, I noticed you have 70 in forensics,
Yes.
so you will probably solve this. But again, I would like you to roll to see if you do this rapidly, or if you're going to be here for like the 5-minute montage while we play some pop music.
No, it's I rolled a 64.
Okay, all right. So again, the reason why you can do this rapidly is because the scene is very light on forensic evidence. There are no unusual fingerprints, fibers, particles, or other physical evidence that you could use. The only thing you can determine from this scene that is a conventional clue is that on the side facing the door, the blood patterns are slightly lighter. Presumably, the killer was standing on that side, and then based on the shadow, the killer must have been pretty tall. You think maybe 6 foot plus? It's not an exact science.
Kara mumbles, it better not be fucking Bigfoot.
Bigfoot
Yeah.
Bigfoot
Bigfoot knows how to pick locks.
Actually, they say pick locks. Can we actually check the door for tampering?
Do either of your characters have special training in lockpicks?
I do not.
No.
You do not see any obvious signs then of any tampering with the lock. You guys would need to be actual locksmiths to unpack was this picked.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like I guess we can't notice any like minor scrapes or anything.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There are no minor scrapes. There are no obvious signs of tampering. You check the window. The window is latched. The hinges in the window are fucking old and greasy. So what's your guys' strength scores?
I'm 11.
Above average.
Okay, Kara might have to like plant her feet if she wants to actually raise the window. It's a little sticky. Benowitz can do it fine. So,
are there any of like Fowler's fingerprints around?
Yes. This would be documented in the forensics. Kara, you do find a couple of fingerprints that you can sample. But you double check the report you've got in your briefing. Those are Fowler's fingerprints. You find probably some other non-suspicious fingerprints in normal places, like probably in the closet. There's like a little little roll-up vacuum that's got fingerprints from like the maid, whatever. There's no like weird fingerprints on the door, weird fingerprints on the windowsill, weird fingerprints on the bedside tables, any of that stuff. So let's see. Let's go to Garza. Much like these guys, I would like you, because you're canvassing the outside, right?
Yeah.
I would like you to roll search to see if you discover anything rapidly. But what's your search score?
70.
Yeah, you'll probably find something eventually. Let's see if you find it rapidly. You never know. You guys might get delayed. Something might be happening.
Excuse me.
That'd be a 10.
All right. You wander around, look for some any signs of anything unusual, and you do actually discover in a dark corner of the parking lot under a pine tree a couple of spent shell casings, 9mm, standard issue. It's in the dark corner, by some trash cans where people would go to smoke. Kara and Benowitz, by the way, you would have noticed the ashtray in his room is used. You also, however, find, with your excellent search skill, the slugs. One you find in fragments. It looks like it struck the guardrail at the edge of the parking lot and fragmented, just chunks of lead and copper. The other one is flattened, like it struck a surface, like body armor.
I look around where I find the flattened slug.
Yeah. You don't really see any obvious, it's all gravel, so it doesn't really take footprints well. There's not any signs of a struggle. There might be some, scuff and track marks, like maybe, Agent Fowler was standing here smoking by the trash can. He was attacked by, I don't know, a Terminator. Fired a couple of shots. When that didn't work, he ran back to his room. Maybe those are the tracks. It's been a couple of days. If you eyeball the slug, there's no obvious signs of fibers, blood, anything like that. Just like a pancake.
I will take photos of the scene and the location using the phone, and then I will collect the slugs and casings using my evidence kit.
Yep, all right. You put them in bags, all fun stuff. And you can accomplish that roughly about the same time it takes the guys to handle the motel. The car, though.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Holland, what are you checking first in the car, I should say? Are you just going to, like, pop the front door, the hood, trunk?
Yeah, popping those things, look inside for a.
Right. Okay. You do a pretty standard rundown. I assume you have gloves of some form?
Yeah.
Okay. If not, I'm sure Kara's got a, box full of disposable gloves.
My
Yeah.
pockets are deep.
All right. So the car is pretty basic. Fast food wrappers on the floor. He liked the golden arches. In the console, there's a pack of half-used cigarettes. In the back seat, there's an unopened bottle of scotch. A St. Jude medal hangs from the mirror. St. Jude, by the way, the patron saint of lost causes. And you don't find anything else obvious in most of these things. On the passenger seat, there is copies of the same case files you guys have already rustled up on Richter and the Black Giants. Theme's intact. I'll ask you this. Would you check the glove compartment before you check the trunk?
I guess I would check the glove compartment.
All right. You pop open the glove compartment. There are two things inside. One, there's an actual box of disposable forensic gloves. Hey.
Ew.
The second is there is a handwritten notebook, which appears to have Fowler's case notes in it.
Okay, I'll probably take the handwritten notebook and then close the glove compartment before going to the trunk.
All right, so you will check the trunk before you look. Got it. In the trunk, you find goodies. There is a survival knife inside. There is a full-blown first aid kit. There are several road flares. There is a Kevlar vest marked FBI. And there is a civilian spec shotgun with boxes of 12-gauge buckshot and deer slugs in the back. Party favors.
A good old FBI survival kit.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's everything that is in the car. And you can accomplish that about the time these guys are all done with their stuff, so.
All right. Right, so the main thing is handwritten, but then I'll probably just bring back. I'll close everything else up.
All right, who wants to share with the class first?
Well, I guess Kara will go first. She lights up another cigarette, takes a deep breath, and it's all like, there wasn't fucking shit.
Yeah, I think fucking weird that the nose was like half the lights are broken in odd ways, but that doesn't mean anything yet.
No, it's probably something related, but just because it's related doesn't make all the fucking apparent answers magically fucking
Correlation
appear.
doesn't mean causation, yeah.
Yeah. So actually, were there any reports of any power surges at the time?
It was not noted by the sheriff's office, but you guys are at the motel. You could jog down to the main office and interview
I can go
witnesses.
ask her.
Yeah,
Ask the owner.
someone go ask if, like, on the night, were there any, like, weird power fluctuations, surges, flickering lights, blackouts, brownouts, all
Yeah,
that.
I guess I'll have Benowitz go ask that, or they go discuss things.
Yeah. Other than that,
You have a decent persuade, right?
I have
Benowitz?
like 60.
Yeah, I won't make you roll. You spend a little time doing some interviews. You get a couple of interesting facts back. There's the lady working the front desk. She lets you know her version. She's got a couple of intermittent housekeepers and stuff. There's a couple of people who are so down on their luck that they're basically permanent residents at the motel. You round up witness statements. Everybody basically has roughly the same statements as are initially reported in the sheriff's office. They heard a couple of loud sounds. Some of them actually recognized the gunshots outside. The motel owner called the sheriff. The motel owner tells you that she remembers the timing for this because, yes, there was a power surge right after.
right.
The lights
long?
flickered. Then the sheriff came down, saw the light on in room 12. So one of the lights survived, probably the desk light. She knocked and got no response. She had the lady open it up. And Fowler is, a stain on the floor.
How long was the power surge? Like a few seconds, or?
It was probably.
Oh, it was real brief, just a quick flicker.
Okay.
We were watching a college game on the old tube, and it got a little staticky. Lights dimmed. I think a couple of the tenants reported maybe some of their bulbs blew out. All the wiring's old. It's from the 70s.
All right. Okay.
Makara will go on, but judging by the arterial display and whatnot, and basically how the blood was splattered around, the only other thing I got, this guy, girl, thing is over 6 foot tall, probably.
How tall are the door frames?
I mean, like I said, they're the 70s, so they might be a little shorter, but they're normal height. Your unknown subject may have had to duck or may not. Like I said, it's not bloodstains versus how tall they are is not an exact science.
No.
Yeah.
Kara's
no tall boy.
We just know tall. It's like
I would like to report one more thing that is obvious from witness statements. After the gunshots and the power surge, nobody heard like any unusual noises. Like they didn't hear any big crashing or thumping. They didn't hear a scream
yelling?
or anything.
Weird.
Sounds like Fowler was completely taken by surprise. Possibly because he locked his door and he thought that would work.
How do you not yell when you're ripped apart? But that's a turn.
When it's fast.
I'm about to say
It's
it's
fast,
like
bro.
Yeah. When it happens in 2 seconds. Okay.
No.
There is another thing. She does note, it was weird. Right after the power surge, I remember going out to check on the lights. There was a smell in the parking lot, like stagnant water or a steak you left out of the freezer too long. Went away right after.
Actually,
Is that what gunpowder smells like? Not what gunpowder smells like. That is not how cordite works.
I image Holland saying like no.
Yeah.
okay, wait a minute. So there was 2 gunshots out in the parking lot, but our agent...
Which technically Garza has recovered, but has not. We haven't actually had him physically say that yet. But yeah. You know about that.
Yeah, well,
Sorry.
sorry.
Well, when you say that, I say, yeah, I found those.
All right. But he was killed in his room. Did you find the slugs and the casings?
Yeah.
They're both in the parking lot.
I imagine
Yeah.
he pulls out the little evidence bag.
I'll pull up the bags.
Okay, so why was
So now you guys are aware, by the way. One of them is fragmented, like it struck something, and the other is pancake.
Heck.
pancake?
Your Navy SEAL for 100% recognizes that is what happens when jacketed ammunition strikes a hardened surface,
Like
a lot like striking the strike plate on a body armor.
Yeah.
Okay, so and wearing body armor maybe.
Harnessers.
Well, no, I'm just getting over this thought. He died in his room, locked. Why was he firing his gun in the parking lot? Who was, or was it his gun? Actually, I should say.
Maybe.
You know that his service weapon was missing 2 rounds, and you've got the shell casings. It looks like 9mm government shit.
There's probably some remaining ballistics on one of the casings, probably because they didn't break entirely.
Could send them to a lab. You would probably want to make sure that those are marked special access, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That might take a minute.
That would take.
That also yes, you'd be in a backlog.
Okay, so my initial thought right now is our agent was running away, ran to the room, locked the door, and thought that would save him. And then it was, it did not save them. And I'm assuming this is completely fucking bullshit random and makes no goddamn sense, but it escaped using whatever means of fucking caused the goddamn energy thing?
The weirdest thing is, what if the power surge is how it got in?
Well, I guess it's like we're all part of the program. We're all part of the program here, so
yeah, these guys have special access clearance.
So we can put that on the table, but again, how? Why?
Yeah.
So Darin has pulled out a handwritten notebook. He's flipping through.
Oh right, yeah.
Oh.
Oh, he took
Hey,
notes.
this is a cool book you found. So this is a case notebook. Unfortunately, based from your immediate skim, Petty Officer, it looks like it's preliminary. There's a sketch of a crime scene sketch from Richter from the 80s pinned inside. You see a brief summary of the Black Giants gang. You see their logo, which resembles the black sun symbol that was used very heavily in occult Nazi ideology.
Like the Fool Society, huh?
Yeah, that kind of stuff.
Okay.
And that's about all you can get from a quick flick.
I have SIGINT, so maybe I can skim it and find anything.
Yeah,
No,
I'll
SIGINT
just...
is electronics. Signals intelligence.
Right.
It's
I
not
checked
encoded.
over it with criminology.
Yeah, you can do some analysis.
Yeah, Darin will just hand it over. He's like, you probably can get more information out of this.
All right. What's your criminology rating?
70.
Okay. Yeah,
Nice.
This is a case notebook. You study it. So there's a basic profile of Richter. He was a mid-level gang member. He was likely initiated on some basic practices of the gang, who were also probably a cult. You're still at 0% unnatural, right, Garza?
Yes, but I do have 20% occult.
Okay. So you will probably pick up some of these references, but you see the phrase hypergeometry used a couple of times. You may have seen that in some agency, some special access program reports. You don't really know what that means, but he does seem to have been plugged into some occult rituals. He was initiated into some cult rites. And apparently it seems like this was... Remember how I talked about those ritual killings in your DEA report? It appears to be human sacrifice, specifically, is noted in this notebook. He does have some notes about Richter's death. Talks about... he's got his cabin address in the notebook. He also apparently has some similar questions that you guys have been asking the sheriff about Richter's suicide. No photos? Question mark.
Oh, okay.
Where was the
He
shiv?
died,
Question mark.
How long ago did he die before?
Basically, the modus operandi you got is the official story is Richter was called in on an anonymous tip. So the sheriff investigated it. She did identify him apparently at like the local gun shop or something. You probably might want to go back and double check with her about that story. You guys kind of skimmed over that earlier. She, identified him. She arrested him. She put him in jail. She called the FBI and said, hey, I think I got a criminal. Fowler was dispatched. While Fowler was en route overnight, Richter committed suicide. By the time he arrived, it was all cleaned up. He basically spent the rest of that day running down all the case files and everything, doing pre-prep investigation. And then that night, he goes to his motel room, splorch.
Weird, huh?
It's a fairly fast timeline.
Where did they clean it up before even the agent showed up?
Yes, that is a little weird.
Usually they let the agent at least get a look at it beforehand.
We'll have to
Possibly.
ask.
Guys, I'm gonna need some luminol and a fucking UV light.
I'll see what I can do.
A good one.
Well,
The what?
do we want to go check out the bodies then?
I mean, we're probably like I didn't bring chemicals on me and the UV light, so the medical office is probably the best place for me to get some.
Actually,
Also, there's a few parts of this notebook that give me a headache trying to figure out.
maybe a better chance.
Hypergeometry or something.
Don't think about it.
Alarm bells. Danger.
You have never you've only known Kara for maybe a day, but you swear that the weight of the world just pressed on you when she said don't think about it.
Well,
Yeah.
The notebook's talking about like rituals and stuff.
Give it her.
I'll hand it to her.
All right.
Kara will flip through it.
All right. You find the same thing I mentioned. There is a reference that this was an occult agency. Was this gang? Richter would have been initiated into basic rituals and would have known some occult things, and possibly there is evidence that the Black Giants performed hypergeometric rituals empowered by human sacrifice.
Shit.
All right.
There's also he's got a fairly decent sketch out of the whole backstory to this thing, but that's like a bulk of his notes. That would probably... It's not a full-blown unnatural tome, guys, but it'd probably take you like minutes or hours to skim through all the notes and process it. So one of you will probably want to do that and then summarize. Probably like a point of a natural
somewhere hidden. There's probably like some points of occult in there or something.
No, actually, no. It's not a proper tome like that. It's just I've got a lot of bullet points tied up in the notebook. It's kind of a big clue. Thumbs up.
Cool.
That's how far is the doctor's office?
You pass it on your walk through Main Street to get to the motel.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
I'm gonna go ask the others about what they know about Old Man Ricky, and then I'll catch you guys.
You gonna ask around town a little bit? Okay.
Yeah, I'll head to the doctor. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look at the bodies and get some chemicals. Because in case everyone doesn't know, you can't wash away blood stains, but if you spray some luminol on them and flash a UV light, usually the blood stains will show right back up. Haha.
Yeah, black lights and UV lights. You have to do a very deep cleanse.
Yeah.
To get rid of.
So
a little gross. Alrighty. So it sounds like you're splitting up, gang.
Yeah, I guess we are.
Who's going where?
Well, I'm team going to the doctor.
Going to the morgue, doctor.
Dr. Morgue.
It's a small town. It's there's 2 gas stations in this town.
Dr.
The doctor's
Morgue.
Office has the morgue in his basement.
Dr. Morgue, doctor.
The medical place.
Dr. Moore barber shop.
We're not quite that bad. But when you passed by a sign, there is probably a note that it used to be a historic barbershop.
But Kara will walk there, but she's going to walk because she's going to have her nose in the book, and she is going to...
Speed.
To what?
Speed read.
Yes.
Okay, so Benowitz is going to go back around to witness interviews and ask about what people about town know about Richter.
Yeah, because that might help at least.
Are you going to start at the motel and spiral out, or do you have a specific place you want to go?
I was probably going to start at the motel and then spiral out and meet them at the medical place, because this won't take me we'll see how long this takes, but sure. I probably won't travel too far away from
anybody want to go with Benowitz in particular? Take that as a no.
I mean, us doing the same thing is kind of being the same bush, I would think. But I mean, I can help him clear the I can help him speed up the process. I'll start on the other end of town.
Actually, is there bonuses for cooperation? I don't remember.
I don't know if there's just explicit rules for helping or assisting.
I just figured if we cover more ground, we'll speed up the process. So.
Well, that's not a bad idea.
Because we're asking, because this guy lived here for a few decades, so there's probably something.
Yeah. You guys, if you guys want to split up and canvas separately, that's pretty typical in this situation. I'm gonna assume then that Holland is probably going to stick with Kara in case something happens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen. I'm sorry. I was thinking about our playthrough of The Evil Within yesterday. Hey, let me just root in this body, and it just jumps at me. I'm just like. No, I would like
especially
to.
Especially if one of them possibly ritualistically killed themselves.
I mean, I'd be more concerned with Kara just walking into a pool with her nose in the book.
That's also true.
That's very true. Roll alertness.
Just a Navy SEAL just steering the doctor.
It's no, that's
Bigfoot.
That's a locked door. No, that's actually Bigfoot. Don't step on his foot.
What?
Bonk. It's a statue out of Big. It's not real Big.
How do we not? Sure.
So I will summarize our bullet points of the notebook first, and then we will probably handle, because you guys are going to be out there, rolling in the witness statements for a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So notebook, you're speed reading. So you get a rough history of what is supposed to be going on with those Black Giants guys. You see the symbol I mentioned, the occult black sun thing. What's your occult rating? See on your character sheet? 30? Yeah, you probably recognize that. That's, fucking Thule Society, Wunderwaffen shit. Did I mention they were dirty Nazis? Nobody feel bad about these cultists who are dead.
No, not
so.
Really
the general idea is the Black Sun was not the Black Sun, the Black Giants. That's an error in my notes. Me, you proofread this. How did you fuck this up? The Black Giants were connected by family or apprenticeship to cultists fleeing the fall of Germany. Apparently, the paper trail goes back to something called the P4 division of the OSS, the Operation of Office of Strategic Services, basically the proto CIA. Apparently, some of the research into the unnatural they did was legit, and so the OSS and then the FBI tracked them throughout the states after the war. In the notes, you see reference to something called Special K. What's your history?
It's only 10. It's only the base.
Yeah, you don't know what that is. That must be some like obscure SAP jargon.
Well,
so the vector of the unnatural seems to have filtered through groups in the Americas in the 40s and 50s. It was inherited by disenfranchised youth, second generation immigrants, vulnerable young men, kind of a stuff. The Black Giants were founded in the 60s alongside neo-pagan and white supremacist lines. Those are not the same thing, I understand. Don't get mad at me, but they're an evil mythos cult. They were apparently aided and abetted by some German refugees who were likely unstable. They propagated through the 70s and 80s. They engaged in lots of petty crime and typical stuff to cover up human sacrifice for rituals. It is not noted in these case notes, which, again, these are Fowler's private case notes on paper. They are fairly candid. He is referencing some shit that you do not say out loud. There doesn't seem to be any notes about anything particular that they have done with the unnatural, though there are apparently notes that they performed ritual meditation and clairvoyance, and that they may have summoned or communed with, he would use the phrase, unnatural entities.
I'm starting to get the sneaking suspicions that someone ritually sacrificed themselves.
Yeah.
There, you don't see any alignments to any capital letter names that you would recognize with an 11 in unnatural. It's actually noted, by the way. That means you understand the concept of a great old one, and I please implore you, if you ever mention them, use the acronym GOO. But you would actually understand that concept. None of those things are name checked in here.
Okay, that's good.
They appear to have a lot of cultural artifacts that were Norse, Egyptian, or Roman, just all kinds of, again, 30% in a cult, an awful kit bash, grossly unauthentic. They did apparently trade with some other cults or conspiracies, and after the Vietnam War, when we had to leave Vietnam, they apparently opened up the opium trade with the Golden Triangle. It provided them with elements for rituals, agents. So the Special Access Program's predecessors in the FBI and other agencies figured out what they were up to, tracked them down, and were finally able to get enough evidence to take them out in the 80s. That is the raid you already heard about. It is noted in Fowler's case files that he has apparently read the unabridged, unredacted version of the file. He had prep time. And noted that some of the cache and unnatural tomes were not destroyed in the raid, and Richter is always connected to this lost. He was seen by eyewitnesses firing on a couple of FBI agents with Delta Green level clearance and escaped the raid by diving through a burning building.
When was this raid again?
80s, mid-80s.
Mid-80s, okay.
So it's been like 30 years.
He has 30 years with a bunch of contraband, and he hid out in the fucking woods.
Yep.
Great.
And you got his address. It's right in this notebook. Fowler notes that he wasn't personally involved in the case. He was apparently attached to, like I said, the FBI's Black Files basement. Their basement job against things that are weird. When he was brought into that project, he was roughly briefed on one of the survivors of the initial raid, and then since around 2002, when the Special Access Program was organized, he has been working the case on and off, like basically as a cold case. He also, like I said, explicitly notes that the info on the death in the cell is very limited. The forensics do add up to suicide, but in his personal opinion, having known her only like a day before he was horrifically blood spattered, Fowler thinks that the sheriff's too professional and well-trained to skimp on the reporting. So he suspects unnatural involvement, but he didn't really want to press the sheriff because he didn't want to blow his cover that this is anything out of the ordinary.
I'm dumb, but I, for some reason, thought that Fowler wasn't part of the program.
No, I mentioned earlier he had a little green triangle.
Yeah, he did.
Okay.
This is why he came out to get this guy, because
He was basically the case officer tracking this case for the program.
Yeah, because Richter has literally run off with fucking, all sorts of gribbly grubblies.
We're chasing now a now dead chaos sorcerer kind of fucker.
The official unofficial term for this is a tome rot scenario. Tome rot being the slang for reading gribbly books and going crazy and being a information risk. So you probably need to find those books and reenact Fahrenheit 451.
Collect or burn, whatever works easier.
Okay, but I have stared at these books. I have read the things, and I'm starting to get an idea in my head. But I need to get back. I need to get back to that sheriff.
You need to go look at his.
I need to get.
But right now, you're standing outside of the doctor's office.
Yes.
Go probably look at Richter's wrists, I guess.
Well, since you're already here and Aren stepped away for a little bit, we'll come back to those witness guys.
Mm-hmm.
You guys are just gonna stride boldly into the doctor's office?
Yes. Is that the double doors? I'm opening them both at once.
Yes. Big double doors, jingly bell, ring-a-ling. There's probably somebody at the desk, but they're not important. You are eventually met by Dr. Arthur Calzer. He is what you would expect from a small town country doctor type.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit of a wild, puff cloud of white hair, bushy white mustache, thick rimmed glasses. He is also wearing a doctor's coat. He may make a joke when he sees you, Kara. Oh, doctor. Yeah.
Kara engages professional smile.
Oh,
Doctor. So, you quickly say, actually, this is a good question. You haven't brought your pet FBI agents. How do you introduce yourself?
I should introduce myself as Dr. Robin. Dr. Robin, attached to the Joint Task Force, charged with the investigation of the murder of a federal agent.
Oh my, how official.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of. All right, you want to see my morgue then?
It's just affirmatives and pleasantries.
All right. Well, you got two bodies. Which body do you want to double check first?
Let's look at the agent first.
Oh. Well, first of all, he hands over to one of you two. Fowler's personal effects.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, his notes appear to be in his casebook, but you've got a smartphone, which has a cracked screen and is locked.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody will need CompSci or SIGINT or something. Get in there.
I got both.
Fortunately, that character is away right now.
Yeah.
I'll hand that to Smith.
Yeah.
He's got a personal effect. He also has a nice watch. He's got a wallet. He's got a lot of loose cash in his wallet. Almost like he doesn't want a paper trail.
Smart.
And that's about it. You would know that his badge and service weapon were handed over at the sheriff's office.
Mm-hmm.
So you read the autopsy report. You can look at the body. Dr. Calzer will caution you about that. Are you gonna unzip the bag?
Yeah.
I'll make a short prayer to someone, and do so.
Yeah. Nope. You don't have to roll sand this time because.
Oh shit. No, Discord.
Oh, there he is.
I don't know. My Discord just automatically crashed and reopened. It was weird.
I've gotten that a couple of times. Okay. So you don't need to worry about sand or anything. You've already seen this in photographic detail. Fucking 5,000 megapixels or whatever. And now it's he's been sitting in a freezer for a couple of days, but it's still pretty gross. Your medicine is now really good, right?
Yes. My medicine is 80. Literally,
Yeah,
on my extra skills, I had to not pick some because it would put me to 90. I was like, all right, let's do something different.
Yeah.
That's why I got surgery at 20.
Yeah. So you read his firsthand autopsy report. You look at it. Are you gonna take your time with this?
Yes.
Okay. You've got 80%. You can do this. as predicted by the report, you come to the conclusion as you review the findings. Cause of death due to gross bodily harm and blood loss. You get up close, look at the wounds. They look like animal claws. They are curved, serrated on the inside. There's a lot of tearing as much as there is cutting or slashing. Looks like damage to arms, sides, possibly like he was gripped around the torso like a barrel. Damage to chest cavity, neck, a little bit to the head. But you're probably you work with CDC and public safety. You may have seen some examples of animal attacks, like in college or something. These don't really look like a grizzly bear or a mountain lion. The wound depth is like 4 or 5 inches. That's like a combat knife or the claws of a predatory bird. Bears and lions don't have claws that long.
No.
There are also brute force like rending or tearing wounds. Like the skin of some of his torso and arms is like rent apart, like something with great force was pulling, crushing, tugging at him.
So whatever it was really big, really strong, and had really big claws.
Yeah.
Great.
And hypothetically, you can't put it out of your mind that a human could have staged the body this way. You don't know if a normal human would have had time to do that, but you can't say it wasn't artificial tools, because it's not like there's any particulates in the wounds or anything. It's very clean.
We're dealing with a vector.
Being horribly mauled to death by an unknown creature is
This is too clean. This bugs me.
Weird. Also, by the way, you can confirm. You double check the weight of his organs and his blood and everything. Oh yeah, it's in my notes here now. He's missing about a pint of blood that's not reckoned for in the stains or in his corpse.
Well, either it got sucked out or it's on whatever attacked him. But again, that's weird.
Yeah, Calzer says, I'm pretty sure just, whatever got him got stained. But I'm not a criminologist. I'm a simple country guy.
I have a very weird idea now, but we'll do it later.
Well, you're not here, so you don't know these bits yet.
Or later.
We'll have to have a powwow somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Are you guys gonna take your overnight bags and stay at the motel? Or perhaps the historic Majestic Inn?
I'm probably gonna stay at the end.
Probably the end.
But,
yeah. Calzer's right there if you want to ask him any clarifying question.
Let's see here. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to run down some things.
Sorry.
How quickly? Okay, so this might be a little weird, but so there was no signs of a struggle. There's no scratch mark, choke. Like there's no samples underneath his fingernails, skin.
No, he doesn't have any. He does have some wounds on his arms. Those could be defensive, or like I said, maybe this thing just gave him a giant bear hug. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But he doesn't have any forensic evidence under his nails. He doesn't have any normal pre-mortem bruising like he was, trading blows or anything first.
Okay, so whatever it was caught him by surprise. I don't know if they'll be able to tell this, but how quickly did rigor mortis set in? Do they know?
Yeah, they would have the normal stuff. It would have set in at the, I believe, the normal time.
Okay, so that means
they probably got to the body before he was even getting into rigor.
Okay, that means he wasn't super active before his death. Yeah, no, so he this literally caught him by surprise. Fuck, okay. So he was caught by surprise. He died very quickly, or completely unknowing what was happening to him.
Yeah. There were some blood stains and fingerprints on his phone. I suspect he was maybe trying to call someone when he was caught unawares. Not much about the phone myself, though.
We will. I was like, that is definitely a lead we'll pursue. Thank you. But Kara walks around the body about a few times, tries to look at all the angles and whatnot. It's like,
I'm very interested in your professional opinion, Doctor. My professional opinion at the moment is, I don't know, Bigfoot.
Seems
he just kind of he's clearly saying it like a joke, and he shrugs, like,
or someone doing their best Bigfoot impression. Do you get a lot?
That's
of Bigfoot?
what the sheriff thinks.
Do you get a lot? Do you get a lot of Bigfoot sightings in these parts?
Well, you know, the tourists say they see the old Bigfoot a lot, and we got a couple of old so and so's hanging around. I think the guy who runs the self-storage place still runs CCTV cameras. I think he thinks he's gonna find Bigfoot, you know, stealing his fence, stealing over his fence or something. But
put that note.
I myself haven't seen anything.
Put that in a notebook. Oh, interesting. Well,
you could always check down at the diner. It's you know, big cups, big place for that kind of stuff. But it's mostly just, you know, for the tourism. Town hasn't been the same since the old lumber mill closed up in the 50s.
Oh, time marches on. Have you ever had any other cases kind of like anything like this before?
Oh, my, he gets completely serious. Oh, my, no. This is the strangest thing I've seen in all my years of doctorate.
Well,
if my dear pappy was still alive, I would ask him, and I am quite certain he would tell you he has never seen anything in his entire life like this. Other than maybe mine collapse. They did close down old Thunder Mine for collapsing, but you don't suffer from a mine collapse in a motel room. Or do you?
A mine collapse, huh?
You know, being crushed by sharp rocks.
Yeah. Just thinking about stuff. It's like, Well, in my professional opinion, he was attacked by someone very tall, very strong, who probably glued scissors onto their hands.
Johnny Depp? We just have a quiet, morbid chuckle. Sorry, that's a bit of the old gallows humor, you know.
I understood. It just caught me by surprise. I will never watch Edward Scissorhands the same again. But there's two bodies here. It's like, Carl will then move over to Richter.
All right. You roll out the rack.
Yes.
Also, so the audience... Okay. I was going to say, so the audience knows Aren's headset was having some trouble, so
no.
he stepped away. But...
I'm back now. I had to switch to my phone.
Oh,
okay.
God. Okay.
It happens.
Your headset?
The new headset is not last.
That's
What?
garbly.
Well, he's on his phone.
I know.
Aren, type. Just, type if you can.
For now, yeah.
For now.
Get that sorted out. Richard's body, right?
Yes.
Lost my for a second. Okay. You slide open cooler number 2. You unzip. This one's not freaky. You've seen the composite sketches. You've seen some old file photos. He looks kind of like that guy. He's older now. You know, much bigger beard. Lots of gray in it. Little pudgy, but still a lot of muscle.
Mm-hmm.
His upper body is covered in tattoos.
Yes, I need to examine these.
Both biker gang tattoos and also, you know, white supremacist tattoos, real skinhead stuff. Now, obviously, some of those are also occult symbols. There is a lot of appropriation of Nordic runes and symbology. He does not have any, you know, elder signs tattooed on his body or anything.
Oh, okay. Thank God.
Nothing outwardly unnatural. But you double check.
I do double check.
All right. You got 80 medicine. You're going to take your time. I'm not going to bother with a roll there. Yep. Left wrist, deep cut, go to the artery, blood poured out. He became dead.
He became dead.
You do, however, notice on his right hand, his opposite hand, particularly the fingers, there is some pre-mortem staining, like he was touching or pressing his wound.
I bet he wrote a fucking message in the goddamn cell or something.
It was writing. You made a fucking thing in blood.
I would also, you would know because you would have medical experience of this, and Dr. Causer could verify. Dying from slitting your wrists is not
fast. It's not fast.
It's not a good way. It's a very painful way to die, and it's not very successful because the drop in blood pressure can make you pass out and make your blood flow not be good.
Mm-hmm.
But Richter does seem to have exsanguinated very cleanly and rapidly.
Oh, it was rapidly. Interesting.
Fairly rapidly, yeah. It's like he had a picture-perfect wrist slitting, except that's not how slitting your wrists work.
Unless you practice it.
Or yeah,
Just let these ominous things, glide in the background.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't at the scene with this one. It was rolled to me right out of the jail cell.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to ask, you'll probably want to talk to Barrett Dyson. He's a local EMT and sometimes does forensic tech stuff for the sheriff's department. He was at the scene, reported to the call the sheriff made.
Is it one of the part-timers?
No, he's a full-time EMT. You'll probably find him either on duty down at the county hospital, outside of town, or taking his off hours, probably out by the diner. Usually.
All right, I might pursue that line of inquiry. Thank you, Doctor. You've been very helpful. By the way, I'll let him finish.
Before you go,
Mm-hmm.
he pulls out a little, probably Tupperware tub or something. He's got Richter's personal effects.
Oh, okay.
He has a basic wallet here. Check it out. He's got petty cash, some change,
Mm-hmm.
some local business cards, and a very fake state ID. His ID is Ricky Nixon. He does, however, have a key ring that has car keys and house keys on it.
Very well done.
And that's the body. What were you going to say to the doctor?
I was gonna ask if he wouldn't happen to have a portable UV light and some luminol in stock.
No, I don't have any of those on me. But like I said, if you find Mr. Dyson, he and some of the other EMTs do part-time forensic tech work. They probably have some luminol in a trunk or an ambulance somewhere.
All right. Thank you very much. Pleasantries. Kara, vacates.
All right. Team witness.
Team witness.
You guys are casing the place. Let's see. What is the best way to go about how you would get this? You guys both have pretty good persuade.
I have 60. Hopefully Aren can plug his headset in or something that works like that.
Well, we'll figure out something.
I'm used to mine being you plug it in directly.
Well,
This is like needs to be charged.
I'm sure he's doing whatever he can do to fix the problem as it occurs. Where was it? I think you both have like 60% in persuade, so
Yeah.
we're not gonna futz too much about what you get. I just want to clear. I want you guys to be sure to, if you have any specific questions you're asking people around town, what that is. Otherwise, I believe the gist of it is you are focused on asking the general populace, as it is of the town of Duskpines, what they knew about Ricky, the weird old guy in the woods.
Yeah, or I guess at the time of the power surge, did they notice something too, or it was like...
Well, that one I can answer for you. Outside of the motel, nobody...
All right, cool. Then it was...
Nobody reports any power surge.
Something... I guess it's targeted. That's just can kind of happen randomly. Usually it's like a whole power grid thing. If a surge happens.
I believe that is how normal power surges happen, unless somebody plugged in something weird to the grid. But
I know an electrical engineer, but that was earlier today, so I can't ask him right now.
Yeah. No, it's that is you guys have discovered that is unusual. The power surge thing is weird. Nobody else reports it. That's probably not how it should happen. So you guys ask around. Our general idea of Ricky from people is he was the weird guy. Well, not the only weird guy. Some of them are sure to clarify. Yeah, there's a lot of weirdos up in Duskpines, somebody says. But most of the people you find under a certain age just always knew he was the weird old guy.
Gotcha.
He lived out in the cabin in the woods. Nobody off the top of their head knows the exact address, but they know that he lived in a cabin outside of the woods. He would come into town, once a week, once a month sometimes, go down to the general store. And
got groceries left, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, pick up some stuff. Let me see. Any out, like any of that other. Just give me my notes to make sure I'm not missing it. Core clues. But yeah, the general gist is they kind of knew him by sight mostly. Some people knew him by reputation. A couple of people tell you that he lives on the side of town where you'd probably want a 4-wheel drive to get to his place.
Gotcha.
So, yeah, the general thing, though, most people thought of him as, like, a weird prepper guy. Like, he was always buying, like, canned food. He would buy, not just, buy ammo, but he would buy supplies to load his own or reload ammo. He very occasionally, like, picked up a random book or a magazine at the bookstore, but he mostly kept himself to himself. Garza specifically makes sure to ask about associates. Most people, as far as they know, didn't think he associated with anybody. He kept himself to himself, as they say.
What I'm gathering,
he doesn't really have any friends. He didn't really like pop into the diner for breakfast. He would come down to get supplies. He would, and not like he would, spit on you in the street or anything, but he was, just kind of head down, shoulders, minding his own business kind of guy.
Gotcha, yeah. Honestly, what
like
it sounds like to me, it sounds like someone who was going into his cabin, meditating on weird shit, and then making his own shit so he could make his tinker of it in weird ways. They just kind of spent years in his fucking cabin.
Maybe. Though I would like to point out, you guys know from the report that somebody called in an anonymous tip.
Oh.
That he was, a federal fugitive.
I guess we can't trace that, huh? No, that takes time.
Well, you would have to talk to the sheriff probably if she'd cough up the anonymous tip, because that's who got it. She got the tip.
Mm-hmm. More questions to ask her, because we might need that UV. But oh wait, no, that's for when I talk to.
I mean, we can like. You're thinking that, but honestly, like technically, we can get her in a lot of trouble by being all like by her mismanagement of the system.
Yeah, because it's like in this case we actually have.
So if you want to lean light, if you want to be kind, we have Renegade and Paragon's options here to deal with that.
Yeah, where it's like so.
No, don't over-explain it, Axe. We got the
also to clarify for a question in chat because Aren is typing. Yeah, there's no indication that he was trying to rebuild any following or anything. He wasn't recruiting. Not that you guys would necessarily, but hypothetically, if you did bring up, hey, did you know he used to be part of a biker gang? Some people might go, I always kind of figured by the beard, but for the most part, no, he didn't really seem like a violent gang member. Like I said, most people thought he was just a weird old prepper who, thought the solar flares were going to destroy the electronics or something.
I need to write my own fucking notebook. Jesus fucking Christ, man. Okay, hang on.
Notes are important.
Notes are very important. I need to open up a doc and start writing things down.
I should do that too, but I just.
Yeah. You guys got some.
But I guess I'd go back to meet with Kara and they'd be like, I guess mission for mission.
Okay, let me see here.
So.
Well, okay. I have a very important question for purposes of operational security. If you're about to have a powwow, where do you have the powwow? Are you standing on the sidewalk?
Oh, we should probably go in the van.
Yeah. All right. We go in the SUV. We roll the window.
So.
Kara's.
We probably need that UV light to see if he wrote something on the walls.
Well, like I said, it's not just the UV light; it's luminol and UV.
Yeah.
All right, you need the chemicals to fluoresce.
But it's likely that we can probably press.
Like with the fact that it's a history of rituals of human sacrifice, rituals, and all that stuff, plus the information of the body of that got a body, he would have time to do something, and if he did something, that's probably what spooked the sheriff. According to the reports of the doctor, this is the first time anything like this has ever happened, even since his father's time. So, people who probably if our theory is correct, God, I hope it is. God, I hope it isn't.
So, for the agent's body,
Hmm?
does this sound odd if it's like some kind of giant insect attacked him that like it takes over his blood and then like cut him with like it's with serrated claws or like serrated like pinchers kind of things?
You have a lot of biology still, don't you?
Yes.
It could be insectile, but no, it would be hard, chitinous like a lobster. But no, the crustaceans don't grow to be 6 feet tall. It has to be mammalian. But the claw length is like an avian. You basically play the spiral of everything before you probably decide, no, that's not how taxonomy works. I don't know what the fuck it is.
It's like, no. The weight, like...
Yeah.
And it's like... Kara kind of, gesticulates and, does, like, scythe motions as he tries to... Remember, it's like, no... Giant... Insects are small for a reason. So are crustaceans. It's like, the way they're, like, their exoskeletons and whatnot, like, does not let them, grow to such huge sizes.
Oh,
Like,
that's
they
fair.
would literally...
In this epoch, anyway.
Yeah, in this epoch.
That's fair because I had like a dumb really thought like something that's like one of the things my wife.
I mean, sure, if an insect survived from the Cretaceous period, sure, why not? Could, but
I was thinking of like a dumb thing like it was a fucking Migo or some shit like something dumb like that.
A what?
I don't think. Well,
it's a fictional thing. So it's like,
actually, H.P. Lovecraft. Some of H.P. Lovecraft's work are supposed to canonically exist in DG. I don't know what exactly. Weird space fungus stuff.
it's just like my wife loves reading like dumb horror fiction and stuff. So like she like brought this with like weird giant insect things that made alien technology and stuff. It's like dumb, but it's like I thought like a giant insect or something.
Well, unfortunately, Agent, this is not one of your stories. This is reality. And she closes her notebook.
That's why I hope it doesn't exist, because if it did, that'd be terrifying. But hey.
It was a horrible giant space wasp.
My
My favorite description of a Bayaki ever. Yeah. Keeping in mind that that's also not how Bayaki work.
Yeah.
Okay, well...
Also, you can probably assume this isn't a Bayaki if you guys even knew what that is.
I don't.
Probably don't.
Those guys fly.
So, let us discuss our avenues of attack here. We need to go back to the sheriff. One thing, the sheriff knows something and is being weird, and I think, all of us have probably figured it out at this point. There's something in that cell. Something happened in that cell. The only problem is they cleaned it, but we need to find some luminol and a UV light. If we go talk to the EMT, Barrett Dyson, who will either be at the hospital, at the county hospital, or at the diner most likely, we might be able to figure out what state the body is, what it was then. And who knows, maybe he saw what the fucking whatever it was and is willing to tell us.
I will put some chance into that. If we spray that cell of luminol, we might find whatever thing he fucking drew was.
Well, yeah, if it was in blood, it would be.
Not sure I want to see what he drew on the wall, but
I don't know. I'm trying not to speak in absolutes here.
Fair enough, yeah.
Second of all, we need to go to Prichter's cabin.
Yeah.
I want to say. Like I said, 20 years with a couple of crates worth of forbidden tomes and did absolutely nothing. I call bullshit.
Yeah, especially if it seems like he learned. If like what you're saying is,
especially with a gang based out of neo-Nazi occultism. No.
Yeah.
Nothing else. We at least need to burn it.
Yeah, that's a primo vector.
Well, like I said, we got to catalog and actually see what it is.
Hey, now that you guys are back together, does anybody have a large history score?
Nope. I don't.
I know. I already asked you
know.
about this. What was that, X?
I don't.
Nope.
Well, if you guys want to roll history, I guess you might get your failure ticks.
Sure. why not?
I need failure ticks. I want to get my history.
I need
Let's
those.
see if
failures.
anybody
I
can
rolled a
recognize what some of our-
3.
I rolled
Oh,
a
that might
52.
actually be
I'm gonna
more.
mark that for failure.
All right.
Wait, we have a basic skill in history, right?
Yeah, I don't know what it is. What's
It's
the
10.
percentage?
10.
Oh, it is
yeah.
10.
Sick.
You got
Hey,
it.
Kara, you rack your brain. You mentioned that thing about the new special K. What does that mean? Then you remember, because you've read some things. I suspect that once upon a time you may have studied the unnatural downtime activity. You remember Special K is a code word in the Special Access Program for basically what Nazi Germany's version of the SAP was, but because it's Nazi Germany, it was probably way more fucked up and weird and bad. Karotechia SS. So the vector was originally from Special K and then descended down through this cult. So they might have some real shit on your hands.
Oh, that's even worse. Oh, I don't have enough cigarettes for this. I need a drink. So
I just imagine when you say that Fowler's body of bottle of whiskey appears.
I image if Smith grabbed that. Yeah.
It's time for a drink. One for health.
It's
one for mind.
I think it is actually possibly afternoon by this point. So,
So
all right.
actually, this is a
We're
good question.
dealing
You guys
with-
want to
we're
stop
dealing
for
with
lunch?
we're
At some
dealing with some.
Oh,
So we're
Yeah.
dealing with some runoff from a German opera. Well, fuck.
I mean, this is what happened. This is what happens. But enough about that. I'm hungry. Let's go to the big cup.
Let's get some lunch and not think about this for like 10 minutes.
All right.
You can not
You
think
go to
about
the
it for
big
10
cup
minutes.
stack.
It's how I
Very
get my
difficult.
job done.
What was that, Aaron? Sorry.
So that's very difficult to not think about it.
Yep. That's why we drink and we smoke. So, big cups. You trundle on down. You are greeted by surprise by a lovely, probably maybe once again late 20s, early 30s young woman running the diner. Her name is introduce herself at Ray Hall. It's like, howdy strangers. Always good to see people in town, and out of season too. It's not the season, The diner is covered with, sweeping landscapes of the Pacific Northwest, some of which have had Bigfoot painted in them in the background. While she takes your order, because, small town diner, she's the only one working there, she probably asks you what you're doing in town.
Oh, it's like, I'm sorry, man. That's an official government business. I'm pretty sure you've heard a few things.
Oh my! Is this connected to the fortunate death of that FBI agent?
Something like that. Let's not talk about it more.
Of course. So I'll get you your move.
Thank you.
Super sandwich.
Soup.
Soup is served.
Yay!
Yay.
A roast beef would be nice.
Sandwiches as well.
All right.
Bottled cola.
Sandwich.
Glass bottles. Nice.
Just some cup,
As
please.
you swing back your lovely bottle of tentacle grape soda. A real ass brand once upon a time.
Oh no, I remember tentacle grape.
That feels like such like morbid humor for like a DG game.
Some of y'all have a lot of alertness, right?
Yes.
Mine's like 40.
70%.
Same here.
60%.
Yeah, that's like whatever the equivalent of graduate degree level of alertness is. You guys probably overhear a couple of booths over. Miss Hall, delivers an order to another guy and says, oh, I'm so glad to see you're here again, Mr. Castle. No problem at all. Love the food. How's your novel coming along? Don't worry about it. It's fine. Over that booth, you see a, older guy, salt and pepper, 5 o'clock shadow, a couple streaks of gray in his hair.
Is he
Wearing
wearing
a
a
coat.
hoodie over a suit?
No,
Okay.
he's not literally Alan Wake.
I was like, is there like a stand of him at the doorway?
Possibly. There may be a standee of one Adam Castle. Spelled with 2 S's, by the way. Who is
Is there like an artistic retreat in this area, in like this town area?
No, there's not
Okay.
anything like that.
Good,
But
thank you.
if any of you guys are consumers of popular fiction, Adam Castle is a novelist who, apparently, according to his the blurb on the back of his latest book, which is conveniently sitting on a shelf nearby, he vacations in Duskpines regularly for the past several years, and he used to write moderately successful, gritty urban horror fantasy novels, and then switched to more grounded rural thriller type mysteries.
Change of the times, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's not talk to him.
Well,
Yeah,
we
that's
don't
fine.
have we don't have a
You don't
reason
have to talk
to
to
right now.
Yeah, there's...
Just, pocket limp flavor.
Yeah.
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 I got a laugh out of it.
Me.
Speaking of flavor,
I may warn you, there may be red herrings in this story.
I mean, yeah.
Okay. Also, while you guys are, eating your meal, soup, sandwiches, soda pop, whatever,
hot sauce.
you notice come in let me see if description. Control F names in document. Okay. So, yeah, again, 20-something, 30-something, black gentleman comes in, clean-shaven head, looks like he's wearing a, EMT-style uniform, says Dyson on the name tag.
Hey.
He rolls up and sits down at, the diner bar seats. Oh, Mr. Dyson, you just coming off shift? And he's like, yeah, Miss Hall, just coming off. Is it too late for breakfast? Oh, never too late for breakfast around here in big cups. Omelet? Yes, and a big cup of coffee. So, Mr. Dyson, is apparently coming off his EMT shift and is ordering breakfast at noon and drinking big cups of coffee at the Big Cups Diner and reading a newspaper.
It's all like, Carl will be like, well, there's our mark. It's all like, oh, I'm gonna need a big badge here.
Sure. You want to wait for Roger to eat or before he starts?
No, let's be nice to the boy. Let's get him before he starts eating. Come on.
All right. Let me get up.
It's like, move over. Move.
Ooch. You guys, if you guys want to be real cool federal agent types, you should, all stand up in unison.
Yeah, sure.
I was
Stand up.
I mean, these two. I mean, like, Darius and Smith can just kind of, or damn it, names. Can just
Working on it. Yeah, it's fine. We got it.
Garza. They can
Yeah,
they can just stay in the booth.
You guys roll up. So, what's your pitch?
Let's pitch. Well,
Oh,
I will go over him and just be like, excuse me, are you Mr. Dyson, EMT?
Why, yes, I am. Kind of looks you up and down.
And it's all like,
Doctor? Don't recognize you from the county hospital.
I was like, yes, I am Dr. Robin. I am officiated with the Federal Joint Task Force here to investigate the murder of one federal agent. And
Fancy.
yes.
Joint Task Force.
Mm-hmm. and surrounding incidents. I have been made to aware that you were the EMT on duty on the transport of one,
Agent Fowler.
Prichter from the sheriff's office to the local morgue. Is this correct?
He kind of takes a sip of his coffee and pauses. What's your humant again, Benowitz?
That is 60.
He has to take a little bit of a pause when that gets mentioned. He eventually, yes, respond to that particular case. Very unfortunate. Always terrible.
Indeed, it is. Unfortunately, this case seems to have been handled a little unusually. And so we're trying to do some...
I don't know if there's anything unusual about it.
Carl's going to give him the level look.
I think
that intimidate.
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't think there is.
I guess it maybe be persuade, I guess.
Sure, roll your persuade. Are you persuasive right now?
Yes, this is Kara's persuade. She is not charming. She is just she is brisk, direct.
You will suffer less if you tell me what I want to know.
Yes. But
I image Benowitz taking his shades off. It's like,
I rolled a 30. That is well under.
Yeah. Okay. He kind of stammers a little bit and says, "All right, now I don't want anybody to get into trouble. I'm not really sure what you think was handled wrong about the case. It was a weird, okay? I'm just a humble country EMT. Sometimes we get some, get some people down on their luck. I've handled some drug overdoses. This is not like that, okay? Maybe we should talk it outside. Miss Hall, hold my food. I gotta go handle a business thing really quick." He goes to, step out the front.
Benowitz gestures to the other two, as long as they want to.
I
I was like, no, don't. We're not gonna fucking bully this boy.
Or more of I guess I gesture for the stay. Yeah, just.
We're not gonna just gang up on this poor EMT.
Yeah, no. I'll just be there too, just to.
I am terrifying enough.
Yeah.
All right, so you go out there. He kind of goes over to his truck. You see a ambulance vehicle kind of pulled into the joint parking lot besides. I gotta go pack up after this. Just coming off shift, Listen, it was. Well, I guess the only thing I can say was it weren't right, Doctor. Weren't right. The sheriff called me up. I was, on call outside. I do forensic stuff on the weekend as well. Run in, get to the guy. He's, God, I don't know. Not like a normal shiv, like a letter opener or something in his hand. Decently sized knife. Opened his wrists right up. He's in convulsions and fits, right? And kind of tugs at his collar. Well, I don't. Okay, don't tell nobody about this because I don't want to get thrown out on a mental health leave or nothing. He drew something on the wall in blood. It was, I don't know, weirdly geometrical. Circles and triangles and circles, man. It hurt my head to look at. Weird. He must have been really dedicated to it because whatever time he had left on this earth, he spent painting it.
I see.
Don't know if I'll ever forget it.
Man, I wish I could just psychotherapy him. It's like, you'll be okay.
It's like I can't ask you to draw it.
I think you need a little bit of time to work on psychotherapy. What was that, Agent Benowitz? You want to see if he can draw it for you?
Don't.
What I said is I'm not gonna ask you to draw it. So
don't say it.
Or I was so. The thing is that scene's been cleaned up and there was never a photo of the scene. So.
Well, I don't blame the sheriff. She was there too. It's not normal. I don't know how it could be related. I'm an EMT. I was there. I was there when he expired. Called time of death. It was pretty open and shut. Open vein, open artery. Insert. Well, not really insert death, but more like reverse insert life. He died. Okay. It was
I
bad.
understand. Please forgive my colleague for asking strange questions. But that is all.
He kind of like hugs his shoulders a little bit. And he's just like, this whole case is strange, you know.
Well, I'm sorry to have impressed this upon you. Like, we'll get down to the bottom of this, and you won't have to worry about it at all. But unfortunately, we are gonna have to take a look at that. Would you have? You say you do forensics. Would you happen to have some luminol and a UV light on you?
Kind of gives you a pause, gives you a look. It says, "I do. Guess you'll be asking to borrow it."
Yeah, we'll give it back to you by the end of the day.
I don't know by the end of the day, but we will
like,
definitely...
Go ahead and roll your choice: persuade or bureaucracy.
I'll roll persuade. I'll roll persuade.
And let me double check because I think this is actually in our inventory on requisition.
Is it?
Luminol and like or UV lights and gloves? Yeah, probably. It's tradecraft. Where is other gear service?
I didn't know that luminol was actually in the fucking list.
Like I said, I don't know if luminol explicitly is. There's definitely some stuff for like UV lights.
A crime
and stuff.
kit, a blood kit, I guess is a thing.
Maybe in a crime,
Lighting and
like
vision. It does mention
a forensic kit.
UV lights.
Maybe next time we do a thing, we should just have that brought with us.
Well, again, it's a kit. That means it's like in a bag and it weighs things, and I'm just like,
Yeah. We'll put it in a car next time.
Okay, so there is just a note about in the section, which one is it? Lighting and vision. It does specifically note the way UV lights work, and those are tactical lights or weapon lights, which includes UV lights, is incidental. So let me just see if that in our system gives you any bonuses.
I think it does.
Actually, no. I'm just not. There's not even any note for incidental. Yeah, I know. He's got the UV light is fine.
Okay.
All right.
We'll call it not even bother rolling. It doesn't seem like there's anything.
Well, I rolled a 32 on like
persuade.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. He can just like opens up the side of the thing, hands you a bottle, a little spray bottle, luminol, hands you the UV light, and says, "You know what? I have a nice question.
All right. Thank you.
I'll put it in the next budget report next quarter."
Thank you. Now, you go back inside, enjoy your coffee and your meal, and we'll get out of your hair.
Sure thing.
Something about it being like, you won't think about this anytime soon, but I don't say that because it's dumb.
Kara is staring off into the middle distance, thinking about something. I don't know if... I don't know, like spraying this, I don't know if I want to expose the other people to it.
I mean...
Yeah, I mean, that's the risk of the unnatural. But
it's better
if you want to see,
I will ask them if they will. But
it's better seeing something stationary than some kind of giant monster attack us on first time.
No. Sometimes just seeing something stationary will fuck your mind up.
Fair enough.
But like I said, well, I'll cross that bridge later.
You guys got to go finish lunch.
Yes.
So, after the lunch, back to Richter crime scene, I assume.
Mm-hmm.
How you guys wanna roll this?
Well, Kara will go purposefully in, double doors wide open again.
All right.
I guess like, do you want to close off the scene from everyone else from looking in?
Well, not at the moment. First, we're gonna get access, and then I gotta talk to the sheriff about why she decided to be okay.
You want me to go bad cop?
No, trust me, I can be bad cop. All I need
I'll
is bad cop.
I'll be polite cop because I won't be good cop. I'll be polite cop.
We're all bad cops here. What the heck was that lady desk? Was something forgotten to me?
I can't remember it, but it was like I
Betty,
it again,
yes, Betty at the front desk.
Yes, I knew I had an IE at the end.
You stroll purposely in, and Betty at the front desk is like, Howdy, ma'am. How can we assist you?
It's like Dr. Harper Rawlinson of the Joint Task Force. Is the sheriff in?
Yeah, she's just right back here.
She's strolling on.
Walk right in.
Yes.
Oh, wait, hold on. Are you supposed to walk? Oh, well, I guess you're with Agent Benowitz here.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's like I just show her the badge as I walk in. It's like,
Yeah.
hi, Betty. Just whatever.
Just strolling in. Dr. Robin, you run into the sheriff for the first time. You know, short, wiry, mid to late 30s, dark hair, dark eyes, serious attitude. What is all this hollering?
All this hollering is I have questions of why you tampered with the scene of a death and did not submit any photographic evidence to the kind.
Tampered? Now, I don't think I like your tone,
I
miss.
I don't like the way you're running things around here.
Agent Benowitz, is this person with you? She
Yes.
gestures at Kara's general.
She's very good at her job.
And so, like,
With
I
an
have
attitude like that, she better be.
yes. It's like we'll be going down to the jail cells to investigate the site where the suicide happened. I don't believe you don't plan on getting in our way. Blech, I'm doing this wrong. Like, that would not be a problem now, is it?
Well, now, it might not be a problem, but I do believe that my jail cell is not your jurisdiction. So I would, of course, need some kind of legal documentation for this or proof and extenuating circumstance if we're going to be all professional and authoritarian about it.
Authoritarian.
She is correct, by the way.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You especially do not have jurisdiction over dead guy's crime scene.
Mhm.
That would be on one of your law boys to roll law.
I only have 20% in this, so let's give it a shot.
Okay.
But does anyone else have more law than me? Because I also could do bureaucracy, I guess. But...
No, it's warrants and stuff is law.
Okay, so does anyone else have any points in law? Just curious.
Nope.
No.
I think Garza is your only hope.
I probably let me just double check. I probably had about the same amount as you.
I only had like put one
I've-
package in it, so
I have 30%.
all right, we'll both give it a shot, I guess. But I'm gonna get mine.
Nope.
Only one.
That works.
All right,
yeah.
so do you
one
want to
done.
do it? I guess I'm bold to do it.
You're the one that went in there.
All right.
Yep.
Ah, fuck. That's a 24. That's 4 over. I'm gonna mark that point.
Yeah, you both fail. So basically, probably not an argument because, as we've discussed, Agent Benowitz is very polite, but you get into a lengthy discussion with the sheriff about the finer points of legal jurisdiction and what does and does not count as extenuating
It's a circular
circumstance.
argument. It's a circular discussion of semantics.
Yes, Dr. Robin, those two don't seem to be. They're getting out of this quagmire anytime soon.
Then I'm gonna sneak away and go anyway.
Roll stealth. This is opposed by the sheriff's alertness.
Oh no.
Let's see.
Wait, Alec is. Nah.
I'm in my brain. I'm just like, how do we
You get,
explain?
like, at least 10 points
The what?
in stealth? You get like 10 points, I think, for free.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mine's 12 because I failed at it twice.
Yeah, I bet.
I got 50 of it. Like I'm actually able to be quiet.
Well, yeah, you guys are federal agents. You're supposed
Feds.
to, surveillance people and stuff.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But so how I can't explain the ritualistic part because it doesn't make any fucking sense for investigations. Like how the
I
fuck
mean,
do
you
say
can,
this in a way
like-
that doesn't. Yeah.
Basically, what that law rule was, and it was opposed by her law rule, was you were trying to apply your pre-existing knowledge of case law and the way the warrant system works in jurisdiction to be like, no, this is our jurisdiction. This is directly connected with the death of that guy. But her argument is like, I mean, no, he died of suicide in my jail cell. That's not directly connected. And you guys just go in this loop over and over because, like I said, both of you failed your check. She rolled like an 86.
Yeah.
She does not have that. She's actually a decent sheriff. She's not that good of a sheriff. So you guys are basically just having this big circular discussion about whether it is or is not
Yeah, and it's like
in your jurisdiction and whether or not you do need a warrant, which you do not have right now.
it's like
How did you
can't
do
get-
on your stealth, Kara?
9.
That's a pass.
No, that's on. Yeah, that's a pass. I got a 12. I have 12 total.
Hey, blackjack rules. She rolled a 6 on alertness, so you win.
Oh, sweet.
She is
Aw.
too engrossed in this discussion to notice Kara just silently slink away.
Aw.
All right,
Walk away.
I'm going to go to them jail cells.
All right. You're in a little bit of a hurry. I would like you to roll forensics to correctly apply the luminol method.
51.
Where are the rest of you, by the way, while this is happening? Benowitz is obviously having this discussion and hopefully covering for Kara.
I'm hoping Garza saves me right now because I actually wanted to see the scene, but I guess I might have to not to. But hey,
I don't even know. That's why I asked. I don't even know if Garza stepped inside right now.
Nah, I didn't step inside, but though if I
Yeah.
hear them, like, their voices starting to raise up, I'll probably head inside and see what's going on.
The sheriff probably gets a little strident at some point, so you'd probably pop in. What about you, Holland?
I think
You
I'll
head immediately, or you stick with the car.
sticking with the cart, sipping coffee.
All right.
Itchy Garza, listen to me. Like, you understand what I mean by this case, right? Like, we should have a full right in this case. It's like I bring you into the conversation to hopefully save me.
You get brought into the conversation halfway, and you're like, "Hold on, wait a minute. What are we talking about?"
Social
And
combat.
then they gotta start the whole thing over again. So you passed forensics, right?
Yes.
All right. Put on your special glasses.
Mm-hmm.
I would like you to roll sand.
Yeah, I knew this was coming.
This is versus unnatural.
Oh, I rolled a 98.
Oh no.
It's only 0/1. It's a weird UV backlit blood stain, but holy shit, there's a fucking occult circle on the wall in the blood luminol lines.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how big is it? Is it like
It's big. Probably like
the entire
4 or
wall?
5 feet across.
Holy shit.
Mhm.
That's a lot of blood.
Like big circles in triangles in circles on the wall of his cell.
Well, that's all his blood went, huh?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it did.
By the way, Kara, you would have noticed you walked by a CCTV into the jail cell block. The cameras are not pointed into the cells. You know,
Interesting.
privacy.
But
Also, closed circuit TV cameras are probably expensive. But yeah, and looking at it backlit by the UV, it does kind of make your brain hurt a little bit. I would like you to roll your unnatural skill to see if you could understand what the fuck you were looking at.
all right. I would like to
boy.
understand. I would like to understand. Come on. I would like to. Did I? Ah! Dice, come back. No,
Does he come back? Ooh.
Please.
All right, that's.
You have 0 dice. You just look at it and like you don't even bother rolling.
Come on, just give me a 1. Just give me a 1. Give me a 1. Give me a 1. Give me a 1. That's a 1. I rolled 11 out of 11.
Critical
Okay.
success.
Neurons click in your brain. Observations, recollections, things beyond ye ken, time and space. You do not know exactly what this does. It's a blurry blood image, and the thing about hypergeometric rituals is they're very finicky and specific. And the thing about rituals is actually in the handler's guide, by the way, is the operators are not really quite sure exactly what produces the result you're looking for.
Mhm.
There's a reason why they call it ritual. There's a lot of pomp and circumstance and theater involved in this. So you do not get to tell what exactly is going on, but you're pretty sure from your experience and your understanding of, extraterrestrial intelligences and unnatural creatures, this is a summoning binding ritual.
Oh.
That fucking connects, goddammit.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry. Car wipes the blood from her nose that is dripping.
Yep.
And no, I don't need any fucking record of this.
Hey, where'd your doctor go?
Oh.
Kara's like, strides
Agent Garza,
back
please
out.
go. Like, I'll go check. And it's like I try to just gracefully walk away as Garza keeps her
All
busy.
right. I don't really want to make like deep in the whole scene here, but there's probably like this spirals into a slight discussion. But you step back from the jail block, right, Kara?
Yeah.
Looking a little paler and circlier than usual.
Mm-hmm.
Benowitz, you kind of meet her coming out of the jail cell. Everything goes around. Garza, are you even like trying to like stopgap the sheriff, or
Yeah, I'm like, oh, I'm really sorry about, like, I'm playing, like, the apologetic, and while, like, kind of stepping in her way and making sure she can't follow right after them.
Okay.
Paperwork shield.
Yeah, you got a decent score in persuade. You can block for the like couple of seconds before Kara's just comes back into view. And it's just like, anyway, as I was saying, the sheriff was saying, I don't see how it's your jurisdiction or anything. If you want to double check any of the evidence, whatever, we can observe the stuff I collected off him myself. It's fine, but it was. Some of that stuff is for the federal investigation, but death happened in my sheriff's office. It's my county jail. It's supposed to be my responsibility.
No, we
Something
understand. We'll understand.
You understand, huh?
We'll stop. We'll leave you be to that. We understand.
Okay.
Like
it's good. You understand my coffee machine is broken. Always on.
I'm thinking I know someone like it. Actually, no, never mind. It's like I was about to say like maybe there's something to fix that. I was like, wait, no. I'm not gonna say that. No, it's like,
No.
what do you even do to fix a coffee machine?
It's like, Agent, we're leaving.
No, you guys are not provided with that. She would have that in her evidence room, which is right over there.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, we do at least like, yeah.
We don't need it. Trust me.
Can we check out the shiv that he used?
Roll persuade.
Okay.
Kind of like, well, I mean, I don't know if that's directly related, but.
Nope.
Mark a point, I guess.
Mark a point, I guess.
Dice robot does not like you tonight.
Does not like me at all.
Loth cursed you. He said, I hope the dice don't fuck you.
Actually, I've got 2 really good rolls. I'll probably switch back to D1 before my luck rolls out.
Yeah.
Yeah, she kind of like hems and haws and says, listen, I'm not opposed to like proper investigation, but there's, procedures and paperwork and stuff that have to be submitted.
Right. I'll come back next week of a warrant.
A week, huh?
That's like usually it takes 20 days, but I can get it down to a week.
Note to self: get a portable printer and just print fucking warrants.
Oh, is that easy?
Are you normally law enforcement, doctor? A judge has to approve those,
Yeah, I know, but if I just I could fake a signature.
I don't think you say that to the sheriff.
Oh no, I wasn't saying that in character.
Yeah. Oh yeah, fair enough.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm sorry, I was like, because I had said we don't need it, let's go, as Kara's making her way out.
Yeah, Kara leaves. You guys stop for a couple seconds to like double check with the situation.
Like,
I would like also to remind people though. No, I think you guys would have just Kara and tell me if they didn't, but you did recover his car keys.
Yes.
Yeah.
With his body. Presumably because the sheriff arrested him, she would know where that is at.
Oh yeah, we didn't really know where his shit is because like that's actually relevant to a degree because like he was hunting down our agent was looking for him, so like there might be something involved. Because we're also technically picking up what Agent Fowler was looking into, so there's still that it's definitely relevant in our regard. So.
Well, okay. If you want to, you want to bring up the car, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, she kind of like calms down, smooths her uniform a little, and is like, all right, that we can talk about. Let's go to the lot out back. It was impounded.
All right, cool.
Dr. Friend probably don't know about trucks.
Nope.
All right. So you guys step into the impound lot. Garza, do you want to go with Benowitz?
Yeah.
Okay. Do either of you two have craft mechanic or heavy machinery?
I have the base and heavy machinery, so no.
No. Points.
Yeah, no, I don't.
All right. To your eyes, it looks like just a black old beater pickup truck from the 90s. Looks like it has done had some decent exterior work done. It's got, big boy off-road tires, roll cage, big bumpers, lighting rig, winch. It has a gun rack in the back, which is empty. Are you guys going to actually, get in there and search the insides?
Probably, yeah. And maybe Smith has some, maybe knows something about a car. Or
well, he's not here
machinery.
Right.
But go ask him
He's
later.
still with the SUV sipping coffee.
Yeah.
I'm sensing a theme that unless you tell him to do things or there appears to be danger, he mostly just hangs around and sips coffee.
I mean,
Yes, he loves his coffee.
Honestly, I can sleep. Well, I can't sleep safe, but I sleep somewhat better knowing that he is there.
Hey, Garza, you want to go grab Smith? I'll go look around the car.
You guys might not want to say, Petty Officer Holland.
Oh, I say Smith.
Even though if you were introduced to that name, though.
Oh yeah, or it's like I guess I'm gonna grab Holland.
Yeah, I can go see if he can help.
Maybe he knows something about at least if it's like this is a weirdly important about it, because sometimes there's always like weird things that stick around.
All right, Holland, do you have craft mechanics for heavy machinery? This is the silence of checking the character sheet.
Yep.
So craft mechanics or heavy?
Yeah, points in heavy machinery.
No.
All right. You kind of shrug. You don't know about.
All right, let's just search it then.
All right, I'll come back and
Alright,
tell him no.
Normal search stuff. You guys have very high search scores, So in his glove box, he has a little .38 revolver loaded. He's got a flashlight, got a multi-tool. In the bed of the truck, there's a big old first aid kit. One thing you guys do notice that's a little unusual, a dream catcher is hanging from his rearview mirror.
Old.
But yeah, there doesn't appear to be anything immediately to hand on that.
How does the Dreamkeeper look? Dreamcatcher look? Or is it like handmade?
I mean, you're not. Do you have any like anthropology, archaeology, anything like that?
No, I have like.
Yeah, you're not really an expert in dating.
I have the crime sciences. So.
You think that it's probably like a modern thing,
Yeah, I don't figure. Yeah.
It's not like historical. It might not even be authentic. Catcher.
I kind of wonder if he made it himself, but nothing's out of the question.
It doesn't. Well, you don't have any craft points either, probably in anything,
No.
do you?
Like
roll int, I guess, for an idea.
All right, sure.
Int type 5.
Because I just kind of wonder if it's like a ward or some shit. I don't know. I mean,
it looks like a standard dream catcher, but again, you don't have the skills to be super keen in that.
Yeah. That's 12. I'm fine.
Yeah. Based on just raw brain power, it doesn't necessarily look homemade. Maybe not mass produced, but like probably
Small
the kind of thing you'd find sold at like the local gas station or one of the curio shops in town or something.
Okay. No big deal then. Okay.
Yeah. It's a little weird, but it is not plotting important.
I mean, this guy was a weird dude, so yeah.
Like, yeah. He was weird. Not sure what I'm going to do about the truck and the gun and stuff. Probably sell it at police auction, but here we are.
Like a normal never mind. Dumb question. I just remembered something that's a separate thing. I had to go start cracking away at Fowler's phone if he had anything there. That's a separate thing.
Yep. Okay. You got anything else you want to bring up with the sheriff this time?
I'm not honestly sure, so maybe Garza has something. If he has something that comes to mind, but like, it's like we've just reviewed the evidence.
Does anything come to mind?
I mean, not really. We've done what we came here to do.
Yep.
Yeah.
And honestly, it doesn't mean unless, and I don't like. Well, I mean, it's also possible, but the sheriff will always be here, or at least somewhere in the area, in the future.
You hope.
We hope. Yes.
Yeah.
Front door team. While you guys are once again out there sipping coffee, you see Bobby roll by and is like, "Oh, howdy, strangers! Back already, I see." To Holland and Kara, who are minding their own business.
Yeah.
That's like
you find everything to your liking at your crime scene.
Oh, Kara just kind of, flutters her hand and is just like, no. Not everyone is as friendly as you are, Bobby.
Is that the truth? Well, if there's anything to help you reckon, we're here to help. We're all law enforcement.
You're a gem, Bobby.
You're a gem.
It's a big, old curious thing, you know, that old Ricky was in town for years and nobody noticed nothing.
Oh, isn't that how that usually goes in the stories? Some old person up in the woods all by themselves getting up to who knows what for how no long, and no one suspects a thing, Bobby. No one ever does.
Well, somebody suspects a thing.
Yeah, actually, who? Do you know who called that in? I mean, that's it's very
looks
strange.
left, looks right, and like, well, he's dead now. I guess it don't. The anonymous tip don't matter. Yeah, I know who it is. Surprised you didn't see him down at the diner earlier. Oh, Matt Maynard.
Really?
Yeah, he's one of our other local weirdos. He inherited the local self-storage place from his parents. It's just down the road there. You know, points to a little area that's kind of like behind the main street. You see a sign for Pine Boxes self-storage.
Huh.
Green box detected.
So he's gosh, I don't know what he does with himself all day. Mostly he just goes down to the diner and flirts with Miss Hall. Or he sits up in his little booth Bobby's kind of smiling. He's taking the piss. You know, he sits up in his little booth office down at the self-storage place and watches his old CCTVs. I don't get what he's so obsessed with analog for. But yeah, you can probably find him down there. I'm not entirely sure what cottoned him on, but you know, he phoned in on being an anonymous source.
I see. Well, thank you, Bobby. You are super helpful.
No problem. Always happy to help out a pretty lady. Tip of his hat.
No, winsome smile.
The rest of the party are temporarily blinded. Your teeth. My God, they exist.
But as soon as Bobby turns away, it drops, and I'm running around for that bottle of whiskey.
I'm pretty sure those teeth wouldn't blind him. I mean, they're all like tar covered.
Well, I guess the
No, you don't understand Kara very well. She's huffing the mouthwash.
Mm-hmm.
Drinking straight Listerine out here. Don't actually drink Listerine, kids. It's floor cleaner.
Will somewhat kill you.
I
guess the agents.
It'll fuck your shit up.
I mean, it won't instantly kill you.
That's fair. That's actually in the poison rules, by the way, for Delta Green. They actually track on the onset time and how much the lethality rating is.
Yes.
It takes a couple hours for the bad stuff to get you.
Yeah. Also very traceable, weirdly enough.
But okay. So you guys learned a new name, Matt Maynard.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think the agents get back to the front of the station by now.
You pass by Bobby. He howdies you as well.
Deputy. So,
Mr. Secret Agent Man.
That's a new one.
The song.
Secret Agent Man.
I haven't heard that one in a while.
Yeah.
So, I forgot to mention this, but do you have you have Fowler's phone in like one of the bags, right?
Yeah.
Kara, thumbs over to Holland.
Yeah, Holland just holds the bay with the phone.
All right.
Tosses it your way.
Right.
I can spend a few minutes on this. Won't take me that long. I've gone through
What's
worse.
your either your comp sci or your SIGINT rating?
They're both
Actually, wait. Darin wouldn't toss the phone. He knows better than that.
Hand it, yeah.
yeah, that's fair. In the bag. It's 40 in both.
All right. Roll whichever one you'd prefer to roll. You can.
I'll roll
SIGINT.
Or I roll SIGINT for this. Oh, that's a 00 and a 6.
All right, 6. Okay, you pass. You get in there. You run through some basic stuff. You maybe remember your double secret law enforcement bypass.
I remember, let's see. There's a way to do a factory reset without making it delete any data. Just do this and this and do a program.
There are actually several ways that manufacturers have that law enforcement will get out of them to open phones and things. So yeah, you remember some tips and tricks and you get it open. You quickly scroll through it and something.
Probably something, but probably like he probably left most of his important stuff in his notes
Here we go.
because you don't want that leaking.
Yes, you skim through the phone. You look for his regular stuff. It is appear to be his work phone. You do not find any explicit notes about this case.
Surprised.
He has some emails in his record. He has his own little, free opera tickets email.
Probably has a folder called the Opera or something.
He's got a couple of photos like the kinds you guys have taken already of the cleaned up room at the cleaned up jail cell. A picture of Richter's truck from the outside or something, stuff like that. His recent history text messages are to a line which is just labeled Agent Green and just say stuff like arrived in town, subject's dead, investigating.
Oh yeah, we should probably, I guess, report back.
We don't need to report now.
Not yet. Yeah. So actually, wait.
You find his very last text messages, which is unset, is just in all caps. The word or phrase or whatever, Rhino. But he didn't get a chance to send whatever that means.
So
you're pretty sure it's not literal, by the way. It doesn't look like a rhinoceros attack. Probably.
Well, actually, if you're
maybe
sending
something as big as a rhino,
Green, we might want to contact him and see if Rhino means anything in particular.
Yeah, maybe. Actually, Dr. Robinson, I guess, leads in. What did you see in the cell?
Blank 1,000-yard stare.
Yeah.
Is it what we expect it to be? Kind of thing.
A little trickle of blood comes out of her nose again. She just wipes it away. It's like, we were right. He did write something on the wall. Well, not so much right as in drew.
How big was it? Was it all of his blood, or
it was all of his blood? It was all of his blood.
Oh, okay. It was all of his blood. Okay.
So,
yeah, seems like a lot of blood. He probably should have had a better game plan than that, but
So I'm not gonna get into the details of it. You do not need to know. But if I understand what the if the Kara kind of fumbles over her words here, intent was actually, where are we standing?
We should go
around either around or in the SUV.
Let's get in the SUV
because I don't know where you guys are planning on going.
Let's go in the car.
Get in the car.
All right.
That way, only our own agency's bugs will know what we're saying.
Yes. Which is we're fine with.
If I understand the intent of what it was a ritual used for, pause for an effect, summoning and binding.
So he poured some creatures from the fucking ether and tried to control it, yet he died doing it. So
again, with the assumptions. What the fuck? We don't know. We don't even know if it.
Worked. The ether is a general term.
Again, we don't know if it actually worked. Again,
something killed Fowler. So I don't know.
Yes, something killed Fowler. But we don't know what. We don't
something with big fucking claws.
Something with super really strong with big fucking claws. But he summoned something. And
wearing body armor. Fucking no footprints. No hairs. No fingies.
I mean, it's not a reasonable assumption to assume that whatever was summoned took care of Agent Falker.
Maybe that's the one old.
Yes, but why?
That you don't know.
Here's the thing: he was arrested, right? Before the agent actually got here, Richter killed him, right? Killed himself and did this thing, right? Why?
Yeah, Richter did that.
They had literally had no contact before this point. So why? This is why this is the thing.
Maybe it wasn't after the agent.
Then why did it attack the agent? And this town full of people.
Know.
Again, see, this is what I'm saying. We don't know.
We have to go check his cabin.
It's yes, we're slowly building a picture, but the pieces are all in separate corners of the damn puzzle.
You gotta find those middle pieces. Those are the hard ones.
Yeah,
let's go find them.
So here's two things then. I guess we need to go to his cabin, or ask this Maynard fellow about why he reported in.
Maynard is probably the easiest. He's closest.
Yeah. Well, you do that. Maybe I'll go ask Green what Rhino means. Maybe that help a bit.
Well, you would call him on the number you've got.
Yeah, I'm gonna go call him that actually. Because I need to go.
You don't have to go call him. You just pick up your phone and call him.
You don't want to
listen. I'd love for you to be isolated and alone for like Bigfoot to come out and attack you, but you don't need to.
No, that's fair.
You can hold the phone conversation with these guys while we're driving somewhere.
All right, sure. Sorry.
Where do you want to check for Maynard?
Well, they say
Pine boxes first.
Yeah.
Isn't he just at the?
He should be at his office, maybe.
Yep. Hopefully. What time is it? Like after lunch?
Yeah, probably like 2 or 3-ish, maybe.
Fair enough.
You've got a few hours left before darkness.
It's not gonna be dark when we go check out the cabin. Yeah.
If you want to go check out the cabin at dark.
Probably not the best idea.
So you call the number you've got. Benowitz?
Yeah, I'm gonna stay in the van.
All right, stay in the SUV. It's still like a few minutes drive over.
Yeah.
So you dial it up. You know, there's a brief pause. Rings once. Comes up. Agent Green.
Brief report.
Well, I haven't heard about anything on the 12 o'clock news, so everything's going fine so far.
Everything's like under the bridge usual, but the doctor found. So if the previous target before we found the agent had some, we're doing some shape drawings.
I hate when they draw shapes.
Yeah. Also, it was like an S&B, if that means anything.
S&B.
That doesn't mean anything to your handler, so.
Oh, yeah,
It's just get to the point.
It's
say that like in the SUV to you.
Yeah.
It's like okay. It's like we got like it was a summon and binding.
No, just...
And fuck. It was
What, Agent Green? Does the term rhino mean anything?
yeah, right.
What is that?
Right, yes.
Is that Doctor?
Yes, that's Kara.
Okay. Yeah.
Sorry.
No. But like he says it over the phone. Okay. I would say to put me on speaker, but you shouldn't put me on speaker. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, that's not.
I get it. He's drawing shapes. He's doing a thing. As usual, contain the vector.
Yeah, we found the agent's phone, and it had the word Rhino in it. Did it mean anything?
Rhino. He pauses for a second.
In full caps.
It was going to be sent to you, Agent Green.
That's old school special access program slang. That's a call for a tactical team. We don't actually call them Rhino teams, but that's some slang some agents have called them. That's a little violent. Have you guys seen anything that would require a tactical response?
I will
Possibly
explain
like
the
them.
ability of this creature to be very tall, very strong, have big, super long claws, and able to basically maybe phase in and out of buildings.
Okay. Or you possibly do the joke you said at the doctor's office about a guy who likes to dress up being really tall.
Yes. And you know, that's the second part. Or it's a guy who likes to dress up.
All right, that's interesting. Let's not discuss anything further over the phone. If I need to leave you any intel, he gives you a P.O. box number at the post office, which is right next to the sheriff's office. We'll dead drop any files to you need overnight. If we are dealing with a singular threat vector, at this time, I do not believe the program needs to know about a tactical response. I need you to ascertain the scope of the vector and contact me again, and I will let the program know if we need a tactical response. I guess I have to call some people before I go home tonight and make sure that some forces are in place. I wonder what the Army Rangers are.
That was enough. I do. So.
Yeah, that's fine. All right. Solid report. Any other further intel you need from me at this time?
Actually, yes.
Is it intel you can ask me about over the phone?
Probably not. No, actually.
Okay.
We have a tome rot situation.
Yeah, that was expected. Gosh, I'd really love to get a drop box in.
Open your storage cells.
The best way. All right, it's a little risky, but I've got access to your contact information. I will text you a secure line where you can ask generalized questions. Keeping in mind that some things may not be able to appear in text form.
Understood.
All right. If that's everything, I'll get off the line now.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Just pause and then click.
Mm-hmm.
Kara, your phone buzzes. Bzz, bzz,
I check
blocked
it.
number.
I answer it.
Oh, it's a text
Oh,
from
it's
the
a
blocked
text, what is
number.
it?
Yeah.
I'll open it.
It's just probably like just like a green triangle emoji.
Mm-hmm.
So what sort of thing did you want to ask about?
Oh yeah. Basically the basically if we have any files on Special K in the on the raid on the Black Giants.
All right. So yeah, you basically ask, do we have any intel about Special K?
Yeah, Special K.
You get a text back for additional information will be left in a Dropbox
Cool.
overnight, in the PO box overnight.
Okay.
Because yes, even though you are allegedly, full-blown official servants of the government, yeah, you still use dead drops because, blacker than black, OPSEC, nobody must know.
There's no papers that we can't burn away.
Yeah.
Okay, but I'm not like
you have arrived at the storage place by now.
All right. I'm probably not in any use here. Unless you want me to yell at him. Do you want me to yell at him?
No, we don't want them to be terrified women. Those types usually end up having phobia.
Then I'm gonna smoke and have a drink of coffee.
I'm glad you clarified. All right.
Save the drinking for when we're in the cabin. Probably need it then.
Okay. So, whom's just gonna head out?
I guess I will.
I'll go out too because it's like
You guys gonna head to the office.
suit. Yeah, we're the suits here, so
Garza, you tagging along?
I'll stay at the car just in case anything happens.
Fair enough. It's good. We've adopted a buddy system. Nobody stays alone.
I mean that's
Yeah.
fair. I think that's fair procedure.
All right. So you walk along to the office. Pine Box's storage. You walk up to the front desk. You see a averagely height, close cropped hair, a little bit pudgy man, thick glasses. Despite the fact that you guess that he might be in his early 30s, he's a little baby faced, clean shaven. He is, despite the fact that he's sitting down in his little, office hutch, he's got a camera bag with him, and he is wearing a Phenomena X t-shirt.
This is a guy who knows some shit.
That's like a 15 to 20 second sigh right there.
Yeah. This is because this is an in-universe thing. You guys would actually know that Phenomena X was a paranormal investigation TV show, like, ghost hunter shit, but like in the 90s, UFOs, all that stuff. True story. Please believe it or not. They officially stopped production sometime around the end of the decade, but they have a online revival, where they continue to like circulate bootleg tapes and other shit.
We got a conspiracy net on our hands. Okay.
Also, by the way, you can the people behind Delta Green are brilliant. You can actually look up the Phenomena X website, type it into Google
Wow. Charming.
for props.
Props.
yeah, he's minding his own business. You know, kind of look in the office. You see a bank of half a dozen old boxy TVs.
Wow.
And you probably see in the corner with your great alertness, there is a bank of hard drives that they're piped into. He's like
going through all the footage. Huh?
Hello, gentlemen. Can I help you?
Yes, I am Agent Benowitz of the Drug Task Force involving the recent incident that you, I assume, know very well.
Oh, death of the FBI agent. Yeah, I heard about it. It's real bad.
I'm going to be direct and say that I came to ask involving that you were supposedly the intel to what led to the first investigation happening.
He kind of leans forward and kind of looks you up and down, looks around, checks his cameras in the corner. He's like, yeah. He's actually seems kind of excited. He's kind of about that.
Yeah, because he got government spooks in his fucking. What about a murder mystery? I thought this is his bread and butter.
I mean, yeah. So I'll see if I can.
By the way, you guys are on CCTV right now.
Yes.
You can see yourself.
Why do you think I didn't want to go in?
Yeah. No, fair.
We're gonna magnet this all shivers later, but we won't say that. Rub magnets everywhere.
Darin's wearing sunglasses.
Yeah. Well, what do you want to know?
So, how'd you learn about
Richter?
How'd you learn about Richter being a fugitive and all that?
Oh, Ricky, the old weird guy. Oh, it's pretty cool. I could show you my methods back at my lab. It's my house.
It's my house.
But as you can see, I'm a little bit of a video guy, a little bit of a surveillance guy myself. Well, I was, he kind of waffles for a little bit and he admits, I was watching an old taped episode of America's Most Wanted. I have something to do in my downtime. And I saw it. I saw, one of those infamous recreations, this raid on the Black Giants gang. And I thought that guy looked familiar. So I just happened to be watching. I was down with the gun shop with my cousin, shooting the shit. That guy, Ricky, he was, know him. He came down. He was buying some spare powder and primer for hand loading. And I pulled out my phone, just like that. He reaches into his camera bag and pulls out his smartphone. And I did a little life hack so it doesn't make the shutter sound. Ran it through some facial recognition software. And it was totally a match. Called the sheriff. Pretty slick, if I say myself.
I just imagine Benowitz crossing his arms, just like, okay, yeah, uh-huh. It's just like, it's like just like, oh my god, this fucking poser. It's just like this, it's like this guy thinks he's so cool and bullshit. Oh my god.
I mean, I give him some credit. He did. Yeah. He did.
He did the work, yeah. But
yeah, like, but he's still a weird guy sitting in his office surrounded by fucking CCTV monitors.
Oh yeah.
It's like,
it's pretty cool.
It's like I don't want to give him any credence because I feel like that feels like the wrong move to do in any sense.
He kind of vaguely waggles his camera at Holland, who's kind of sitting quiet, and says, "Sunglasses, very smart. Can't do facial recognition. You've got sunglasses." But I also heard some things from some guys about some stuff that agent Fowler. Well, they said it was pretty weird. Was he liquefied, drawn and quartered, crushed by gravimetric energy?
I have not attention to say, but what do you think?
Ooh, we need to know. I mean, I wasn't there. I'm just a guy, just a humble American citizen, keeping his eye out for the truth.
Benowitz has to hold this weird desire to roll his eyes.
Aren't you wearing sunglasses?
I transition, yeah. Just like I think it's just like yeah. It's like
you could probably get away with an eye roll.
Yeah, it's like oh my god. And I thought
if you want to know more about the kind of things that happen in sleepy little Duskpines, I could close up shop. I got all the extra tapes in my house. It's cool. If you want my opinion, though, Special Agent Man, I think Richter was working for a hyper-intelligent Sasquatch. They trade gold for human servitors, you know.
It's like, I image Benowitz like moving his head in slightly and then just pulling back at me. It's like, okay, never mind.
It's like, I have regrets.
It's like,
regards are had.
Yeah, it's like, I was like, maybe I should ask the others. We should. It's like, all right, never mind. It's not. Maybe it's not worth it.
While you think to yourself, you know, you casually hear him talk about, yeah, I make most of my money mining crypto in my basement.
Ugh.
I'm about to go fucking blow up that fucking basement.
I'm gonna grab some magnets and like rub it all over his fucking shit.
But yeah, if you ever want to find out other things that are going on around, call me.
We'll call you as I try to leave.
Yeah, seriously, Bigfoots though, or possibly Wendigos or Skinwalkers. It's not how Wendigos.
I'm about to say that's not how they work.
That's more the north, and also that's not how that works. Is I like leave.
He just kind of, I feel like he, you know, like tries to tabulate a recording program up on his phone really quick and says, "Wait, Agent, did you say you know how Wendigos work?" The people want to know.
Go with the car and leave. Let's leave.
You guys have a lot of
car got some whiskey
right?
left.
Yes.
Got whiskey.
Yeah.
You probably noticed that he follows you far enough that he can take a picture of your license plate with his smartphone. Then he goes back to his business.
We need to grab some magnets and wipe all this shit.
Well, did you tell him anything?
What?
Not more than he already knew.
Then no. Trust me, if he actually something weird happens, that only fuels him.
But Kara, you don't understand. Really insufferable. He tried to tell me about hyper-intelligent Sasquatches.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, well, can you prove that hyper-intelligent Sasquatches don't exist?
Yeah, but I don't have the conversation with him.
Exactly. Like I said, and honestly, he has... It's weird. People like that, they're strange, but they can be useful.
Yeah.
Even if they're a bit unsufferable.
Mostly because it's like the weird thing of being like when you're half right, but you're so obliviously wrong about the other half that it's insufferable. That like it just makes you want to punch someone, kind of thing.
Hyper-intelligent Sasquatches.
Shut up.
I'm gonna catch him on my night vision camera. $5,000 worth of crypto. Actually, I should point this out. You have a lot of human, right? Benowitz?
I have 60.
Yeah. Basically, he came across to you as like your average bored white guy. He's anxious. He's bored. He's constantly looking for something weird to happen. That's why he's constantly staring at CCTV cameras, recording everything.
We have like an extra paranoid, like conspiracy nut kind of guy.
I wouldn't say he's paranoid.
Or I guess...
yeah, he did seem like anxious, like he, you know, looking around, double checking stuff, but in like the way of like he's constantly waiting for something cool to happen.
Yeah.
He's like a ghost jumper kind of character.
Thrill seeker.
He's one of the characters he would do fucking like Phenomenon X.
Yes.
Yeah. No. Absolutely. You don't have to hear him tell you to understand that he's the kind of guy who listens to true crime podcasts constantly.
Yeah.
Even the more illegal ones. Yeah.
It's all about podcast UFOology. He did probably he did mention his house, and he might have seen his street address around. So you could always, you know, pop on his door if you want to, like, see if he actually knows anything knowable.
Yeah, but
like here's the thing. Like I said, controlling vectors, we will have to actually check to see if this guy actually knows something.
Yeah.
At some point.
Yeah.
Because that's the thing. If he does know something and he starts getting it out there, that's bad.
Yeah. We should check if we have some magnets in the back of the truck.
I mean, don't you have like 40 in comp sci? You could probably do like a basic worm to like eat his files.
Yeah, I could probably
put it on a thumb drive.
I could probably brew something up. I have a computer on me. If I could brew something.
So it's probably about 3 or 4 o'clock. What do you guys want to do now?
Well, I think our last major thing that I do before we actually have to start putting together the puzzle pieces is to go to the cabin.
Yeah. We gotta go see. We gotta go burn some things probably. Or
Right.
Probably not, but we'll find some weird shit.
Let's go to the cabin.
Let's not go to the cabin.
Actually, wait. Actually, wait.
Let's not go to the cabin and say we did.
Actually, before we do that, let's make sure we have some gasoline and some lighters.
I mean, you could pick up a couple of jerry cans pretty easy. That's probably an incidental. You don't need to worry about a lighter.
That's fair. I just think that might be a good call, just in case.
That's fair. I assume you guys are going to stay in the SUV because you were warned that you might need 4-wheel drive.
Yeah.
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 How far, like, how far away is this cabin? Is it like a Mary Jim, or are we talking like maybe an hour out or something?
It is off the highway on a dirt road. It is approximately about half an hour from town if you're driving at safe speeds.
Safe speeds, huh?
So, about an hour round trip.
It's gonna be... Well,
you could probably do it in like 50. I mean,
I'll drive.
It's a cabin. You don't know how big a cabin it is, but you're going to guess you're probably not making it back to town until after dark. And you may get nightfall up in the spooky woods.
You want to wait till after that drop? Tomorrow?
Well, I don't like being, personally, I don't like being out in the dark when there's gribbly grobblies out there, but...
Actually, true, yeah. We probably don't, actually, that's fair. We probably don't want
Maybe we should...
Around.
We should probably
actually, how many days has it been since the murder?
Like 24, 48, somewhere in there.
We don't know if whatever's out there has a hit list.
Yeah.
So
might be hanging around the cabin, so we probably shouldn't go there when it's getting closer to night.
Yeah, because it is the home of the thing that supposedly summoned him. If we're going off any evidence we have so far.
But he didn't summon it there, though. I don't
know.
Again, we don't know.
We don't know how.
We don't know what's what. We know that things are bad.
Yes. So honestly, I can tell you right now, like, there's things out there. We don't know if it has a fucking murder boner. So we don't know if we want to be expedite or do we want to take our time. Do you want to play it slow and safe or fast and risky?
I'm fun waiting the night.
Yeah,
plus you're getting extra things coming from.
Safe.
Plus you're getting stuff from the opera showing up tomorrow in the Dropbox, so probably we wait then.
Okie dokie then. It sounds like we want to play it safe, so let's go check in. Let's go to the historic inn. I don't want to stay at the Motel.
Yeah, let's not.
All right, the Majestic Inn. The Majestic Hotel, actually, technically is the name, but it's called Majestic Hotel. It's more of like a little sleepy inn. It's right on Main Street. You're probably slightly overcharged. I did want to mention, I forgot to earlier, but Agent Green did tell you that you had the normal amount of expense credit, normal line of credit, expense account stuff, don't go crazy. But you can afford, actually, there's in the chart of the stuff. There's a lot of things in the chapter on equipment and vehicles about, including services and things.
Mm-hmm.
Transportations, lodging. A night or two at a cheap motel is incidental. A week at a motel or short-term apartment is standard. You're only booking maybe like a night or two, so this is probably standard to incidental. Yeah, you're fine.
Cool.
What's your rooming situation? 3 dudes and 1 lady?
I will be getting a single room by myself.
Okay.
That'd be a neighboring room.
Yeah.
Sure, you guys can probably block... Honestly, you probably have to block out a hallway.
Yeah.
It is a little early to rack in for the night. Is there any other things you want to do? Because otherwise we may skip some time.
I will be spending... Carl will be... She only has her memory, but she's gonna be on her note, have a notebook, be writing down notes, and she's gonna see if she can. She's gonna study the ritual that she saw on the wall and see if she can figure out maybe what was summoned.
You'll try. You can attempt that. I can tell you. I
know I'm not.
You're just so we don't have to go back to it. You're not gonna make a lot of headway. As you kind of try and unfurl this mystery, you realize more and more you really need to know what source he was working from because. Like I said, hypergeometry rituals are ritualized. So realizing what part of what he's doing is the working bit. Is it the blood? Is it the circle? Is it, the self-harm? You don't know. You would have to figure out what source he's got. I keep thinking, source is up in that cabin.
That source is up in that cabin.
See.
God damn it.
Must know.
You know, Kara, you know, she's freshly showered, you know, she's changed. She has a big old bottle of whiskey, and she just looks over at the dark forest and be all like, the answers are out there. I don't want them, but I need them.
You know, a flock of crows or ravens overflies, you know, suddenly.
I image Benowitz's. I image Benowitz is starting to make that computer worm for later. Put it on a flash drive.
Sure, roll comp sci.
Okay. Get that ready.
Actually, nah, you got all afternoon. You don't even really roll.
Yeah, I'm gonna spend afternoon making that just so we can.
Yeah, it's
put
fine.
it later, because we probably have to pay.
I assume, you know, 40% like basic bitch, like insert thumb drive, turn on, file copies, eat everything.
Yeah, pretty much. And then like it has like a designated like delete self after this amount of time.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll you know,
oh, excuse me.
Goes in tight. Reformat the hard drives.
Yeah.
Anybody else doing anything in particular?
Garza's gonna do a little cooking to calm down.
All right, that's fair. And of course, the special operator is, you know, in his room reassembling his M4. You can do it blindfolded.
We're such a charming bunch.
Yeah.
I'm trying my best to not be charming.
I mean,
Yeah, you're doing a pretty good job.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you're kind of unsettling. Or
Perfect
unsettling,
is
yeah.
the point.
You're not kinda. You are just unsettling.
I mean,
As I
it's
said,
just
perfect.
Weird.
She's kind of pissing Garza off, so.
Yeah, she's weird.
Benowitz
She's
is
damaged.
maybe a bit. Benowitz is maybe a bit of a pencil pusher where he's trying to be placating a bit too much sometimes.
Well, we talked about this. You're from a support branch. Like,
Yeah,
that's
so, like,
that's what
I'm a conference room jockey. I'm used to like video
office
calls
of
and shit.
what is it? iOS. A mention of Delta. So
Yeah, it's mentioned. I pulled it from a Delta Green list.
yes, intelligence and operations support. Yeah. It assists investigations by providing special experts. So you have worked with weird specialists.
Yeah, it's why like I'm used to leading like people like her. It's like I've dealt with people like you, like people overworked and very into their work, for better or worse.
I'm neither. I literally can't sleep.
You tranquilized yourself.
I mean, I have to make a roll.
Yeah, no. Again, literally, Carl Robinson has a disorder, a sleeping disorder. She has to roll sand to see if she sleeps, and she does not recover any willpower or anything that may be lost. Which
I
you
guess
guys
she
haven't
has
really
to burn
needed
books
get
to
rid
heal
of
sand,
willpower.
I guess.
Well, you don't heal sand by sleeping.
No.
But yeah, you guys are, you know, you kind of break to your normal areas. Maybe, you know, you come down to the hotel for dinner, Helto dining room for dinner or something, or you mind your own business. I don't know. Maybe you guys are weird recluses.
Yeah, probably come down for dinner.
If you guys wanted to discuss the case at any capacity, we can do that, or we can start to, as I said, skip some time.
Get some time, I guess. Yeah,
I'm
'cause
okay.
I'm not really.
All right. So you know, sun goes down. You guys eat food. You're, you know, taking some personal time to yourselves. Get your brain sorted. Get ready for whatever needs to come next. And Agent Benowitz. Phone
Yes.
rings.
Oh boy. Okay.
Unknown number.
Oh boy. Answer phone.
Yeah. Hello. Is it Agent Benowitz? It sounds like Maynard, but he's breathing heavy. I looked up. I reverse looked up your phone after your name. Listen, I'm at a storage place. I went back to go through some of my cameras. I think somebody's following me. The signal gets really staticky. But there's a guy here. I gotta go for my shotgun in my office. But the lights, man, the lights.
What about the
hear-
lights?
You hear the lights blow out over the camera. There's kind of a there's a beat of dead silence, and then boop, boop. The phone you were trying to connect to is no longer available. Please try again.
All right. So Benowitz closes the computer, and then gets out of his room and basically immediately knocks. By
the way, I think you should roll sand.
Oh yeah, rolling sand. Yeah, okay.
You should roll some sand versus some violence. You're pretty sure you just heard a dude die on phone.
I've heard a guy get gored. I think.
You heard a guy die the way you saw Agent Volker die.
Or I saw that corpse be made.
Yeah. No, that's bad.
That's a 71. I barely make it.
Okay. This is still 1.
Oh,
bad.
No, that's fair.
I don't think you've ever heard a guy die on the other end of a phone before. That's bad. It's not good.
Okay, I need to mark this. I think I'm now 74.
Yeah, it's violence.
Actually,
no, I think it's helplessness because you can't do anything about the situation.
All right, I'm gonna mark that down. So
yeah, because oh my god, he's dead.
Yeah.
It's about 7 o'clock at night. It's dark. What are you doing?
I'm going to knock everyone's doors. We got a case at storage.
It's like Carl just gets up and it's just
What?
it's just like, okay, then go get it. Like, do you need me for it?
We have an
What's
incident.
going on?
An incident. Oh, okay.
We have an incident in storage right now.
I'll come with you.
I'll go as well.
All right.
Okay.
You guys
Okay.
gonna just jog down to the storage place or SUV?
I think SUV best have something to escape quickly. Escape quickly.
Yep. Okay.
Something comes at me. It comes at them.
All right.
Also, because we might have to clean this up.
Clean what up? What happened?
What is going on?
Okay, so Becca, what was the guy's name again?
Maynard. Matt Maynard.
I think Maynard's been attacked. The same thing. I just play the call in the car.
Well, roll luck to see if you recorded it.
Yeah, about this.
If I remember to, yeah.
Sure.
So,
roll 50-50 luck. Did you remember to record? Because it was kind of fast and shocking.
Higher or low?
I believe it's low. It's roll under.
Roll that beautiful bean footage.
No, that's a 74.
You forgot to hit record. It was fast.
Fuck. Okay. All
Thank
right. Fuck. I didn't. But listen.
He seems he lost his
You're
sand.
trying-
He seems a little distressed.
It's like no, like
try and
something
make
fucking
us
happened.
lose sanity also.
It's like, no, I'm trying to, it's like wait. Fuck. I didn't. Okay. Listen. Something happened. We need to go.
With those of you with a human score can tell clearly something happened that has disturbed Agent Benowitz.
I don't have a unit store. It's all like, use your word. Is he injured? Is he dead? Did he fall onto a ditch?
I think he's a pile of parts right now.
Oh my god! You just literally can't say he's dead for some odd reason.
No, it's never mind.
Anyway, in the SUV, slam the door.
Breathe,
Peel
Bennett.
out.
Breathe.
Peel out.
All right.
You drive for like 5 minutes, slightly over the speed limit. You're at the storage place. All the lights are out. You look up at it's a self-storage place, so there's big fucking floodlights. Bulbs are blown out. Crows are clustered at the top of the lights.
I'm taking out my tactical light
It's probably a good idea.
I'm taking my gun out of a tactical light.
and pulling out my gun.
If it's a tac light, the tac light is on your gun, so yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just have a regular flashlight. I should get me a mag light though, in case I get some bunkus.
You guys we've discussed this. Most of you have a above average alertness, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
What is above average? Because mine's like 40 or something.
So I think I brought this chart up to Axe. 40% is years of experience, or if it's a professional field, like the equivalent of a 4-year college degree. So yes, that's above average. You are practiced at being alert.
But like above 50, it's like you're actually like
Yeah,
up
like
projects,
graduate
like
degree
you
and
have,
stuff.
you have like sharpened it.
We don't need to go through. But yeah, you guys. There's a weird smell. It smells like clotted blood and stale water, and like something charnel and foul. But like,
wait, doesn't this smell like what they described last time?
Kind of pervasive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Okay. So in the call, he was running. He was saying something about the lights, and he was gonna get a shotgun, and then it ended in a gruesome fucking sound.
You do not need to roll sand for that description because that's pretty loosey goosey. But yeah, guns out. So it's a self-storage yard. How do you want to tackle this? It's fenced in with chain link with razor wire. So you
He was going
can't
to his
just hop the
office, so
fence
it's
whenever.
probably in that block building. We were here earlier today.
Head there.
All right, you head to the office.
Yeah.
You see the little blinking light of the CCTV above you. You peer in.
Oh wait, there's still the
half
CCTVs.
half the monitors, in a semi-random pattern, because of course they are just.
Fuck. Okay. Wait, maybe are these recording?
Yep, hard drives are spinning.
All right, fuck, it's fucking made. Maybe they got fucking footage of the thing. Maybe we got something of it. I'll start looking.
All right, Benowitz.
I'll keep looking for
You keep
the
looking.
body.
I'm gonna check if this thing got footage.
You do not see on any of the monitors that are still working the body. So Benowitz is going to stay at the office and try and figure out the hard drives.
Wait, did
Anybody else?
on that call? Did he say where he was going, what he was doing?
Yes.
Yeah, Benowitz said he was headed towards his office.
All right, heading towards
Shotgun
his
his
office.
office.
So, office from where? Straight lines.
His bedroom, maybe.
His house?
His dining room.
Actually, can I see any place where there might be some burnt out bulbs or missing patches of light in this area?
Yeah, it's in the storage yard. It looks like just in the storage yard. The big floodlights are blown out.
Let's go there.
Street lights? Fine. Yeah, you're standing right there. You're next to it. You're in his office, which is like inside the... You just have to, in the dark with your tack lights, walk up and down the aisles of the storage units.
I shall do so.
All right. Is anybody going to stay with Benowitz while he's tucked in the office looking at hard drives?
I will.
How about this?
Okay. You do
Yeah,
Overwatch. Got it. By the way, Benowitz, you discover because now you're actually in the office, under the counter in the office at Pine Boxes. By the way, also, he has bins full of old hard drives just in case, because he apparently is recording 24/7. You find a shotgun in a little rack under the counter.
He tried to get here, which means he didn't make it. So maybe it's somewhere outside. Fuck. Okay. But maybe there's still a camera that actually saw the thing.
You're gonna start pulling through camera feeds, trying to find the right camera feed from the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, because like if I get an image of this thing, that's gold, honestly, for us. We also gotta erase it. We also have to erase it. So like, or something we have to like erase.
That's definitely true. If there is video evidence, you must destroy it. So, you guys start. This is a good question. Are you agents stalking down there? Methodical, like walking a grid.
Yep, slow,
Yeah.
surely, and quietly.
Very, very light. Go ahead. You're being stealth. How sneaky are you?
Not very.
Probably not very.
Think of the sneakiest one.
This is gonna be horrible.
The Navy SEAL is very sneaky.
Yeah, besides this, I think
I rolled a 44.
Nope.
Okay, I know what happened to you, Kara. You guys are just crunching through the gravel and sand. Crunch, crunch, crunch. And then Kara takes a step. Splorch!
Oh.
Slip!
Ow.
What's your dex?
It's not the worst. It's above average. It's 13.
Okay. What's your... Yeah, is dodge based on dex or is it flat in this edition?
It's flat plus your thing, I think.
Oh, okay. Really good. Okay. You can catch yourself. You're not gonna like fall in the pile. But I need you two out there to roll sand. Yeah. It's sand time now.
Yeah.
Violence, yeah. Fuck.
Yeah, violence.
Am I rolling sand too?
Yeah, you see it.
Oh yeah.
You've stepped in it.
Literally. I rolled a 50 out of 55.
Okay, you still take one. It's bad.
Bad. I now.
Are there any?
I've lost 2 sand so far.
I failed again.
That dice is only rolling high, but
A D4. That's a 3 for you, Chief.
Oof.
Yeah. You guys never saw Maynard when he was alive, really, other than maybe that glimpse through the rear view. And you're pretty sure you wouldn't be able to tell it was him now, as he has been, I think, in reference to the other thing, Axe used the word gored earlier, like he has just been savaged. Yeah, Lucky, you remember that kill in God of War you don't like?
No.
Oh, the Volver kill where it rips your front off.
Yeah, no. His bits of his rib cage are here and there and over there. Like his insides appear to have become his outsides. His phone is like crushed and flooded in blood and gore on the ground. He's got scrapes all over his head, cracks in his skull probably, as he's like his throat's been torn out, and he's just lying in a pile of goo and offal, in front of a storage unit in the dark.
Question: Do any?
Well, you're not there right now, so
I was asked if Kara and Garza show up on any of the video feeds.
No, as I said, you do not see the body. You do not see them. The current there's a camera right over him. It is smoking gently as you are standing there.
Interesting.
Garza is just slowly kind of like doing slow circles, like looking around, making sure nothing gets to jump on them.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we got a body hot and fresh here, so guess what? Gloves on, mask up. Car's gonna get in there.
All right.
She says a short prayer to
assume
somebody.
you're working fast?
Do we? Yeah. Actually,
all right.
Oh wait. Actually, here's a question. It's like, I'll call over my sheriff. Should we call the sheriff? And it's like, this technically is her jurisdiction. She was very keen on talking about that.
No.
All right, then we're gonna have to get rid of a body and come up with a reason why this man has disappeared.
We'll deal with that.
I think.
Time to do crimes, y'all. But first, we do science.
I mean, when you're playing Delta Green,
roll forensics.
I'll be real. When you're playing Delta
figure.
Green, you think like criminals because that's kind of how it ends up going.
That is actually in the tradecraft section. It talks about like comms, like act like a criminal. Don't say nothing over anything recorded or electronic.
Yeah. I looked at the tradecraft section just for tills, which was weird.
So I rolled a 37.
All right. Yeah, nope. This is just like that last body you looked at. Only this one's fresh. Whatever you're dealing with is strong. It's got to be. How could it not be stronger than a human being? Like this man, this whole ass adult, looks like he just had his insides like scooped out. You can't tell without like a lab and some weights whether or not any of his blood is missing, but he was hit pretty strongly and powerfully, knocked prone, or thrown prone probably after whatever got him. He seems to have had a little bit of lead up, judging from the way the phone call said, because, Benowitz said he heard it happen. Kara, you now understand why he was so shaken, because he heard this, and it's not good.
No, it's not good.
But yeah, no. Sharp claws, blunt force, cracked bones. No signs of footprints, trails, or anything. The only thing you've got going on is that there was that slight smell in the air. The light bulbs are all fuckled, and you guys maybe feel like a faint wind. Mm-hmm. Drawn up behind you, that kind of like fades away in a second. Also, the corvids pouncing around. You probably have to wave a couple off because they, are wondering if they get to snack on this corpse.
It's like, no snacks. This kid finally got to be part of something exciting. Don't ruin it.
Hey, handler, should I roll like comp science to just determine like what section of the cameras for that area?
No. You don't need to worry about that.
Okay.
You're just looking through the files. I have an important question for Holland. I think I know the answer, but I presume you are on Overwatch head up, eyes out, not looking at the screens that Benowitz is looking at, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You will not have to make a sand check. Benowitz, I would like you to make me a sand check versus the unnatural.
Oh boy. Oh crap.
You get to see this motherfucker.
That's a 0.7. I'm okay.
Okay, you pass. You still lose 1.
Oh yeah, like this thing's fucky, but
But you're lucky. It's a blurry ass closed circuit TV image, right? It's probably like, 300 something pixels.
I'm probably still gonna draw a shape afterwards.
Thank God, but and it has a shape. So in the blurry images of the camera, you see this thing. It's got a rough silhouette like a human. Rough humanoid silhouette, but it's got enormous lumpy shoulders and a rounded stumpy head. Its arms are too long and its legs are too short.
Gorilla.
Yeah, it's stubby little legs, end in bifurcated claws, whereas it's got 4, 5 digits maybe on the end of its hands with 5 or 6 inch blades.
It's like some fucking alien gorilla.
You think you see the pits of its eyes glittering inside its face area. You see it's got a wide open mouth you think is filled with rows of sharp hollow point teeth. You can't tell what color it is because it's all black and white, but its skin is mottled and fibrous but somehow chitinous at the same time. It's all a mix of hard shell and sinuous muscle fiber.
It's like some amalgam of biology, yeah.
Oh, yes, no. You don't have any biology, do you?
No.
Okay. So you don't know what the fuck this is like, but this is like no earthly creature you have ever perceived.
Yeah.
And then you see it do something weird. On the camera image, this thing, which you see as a full-blown 3D creature, a fucking alien or a Bigfoot or whatever the fuck, it is walking along, stalking slowly. Maybe you see the camera image of Maynard, eat shit going around a corner and scramble back to his feet. This thing becomes a shadow. It looks like a crisp cutout in reality, a perfect outline of something black or shadowy gray in that space where it was standing. That no longer contains a normal 3-dimensional creature. And then, with a pop and a crackle of static, it is gone. And it appears right in front of Maynard. It reaches out its huge arms to grab him as you see him talking to you on the phone, and the camera fucking blows out static. And that is why you lose some sand, because you have seen this thing, and it was not good.
I have to be like, can I even show these guys the fuck? How the fuck do I explain this? How the fuck do I explain this? Ugh.
Inside Holland, you hear him muttering to himself, how the fuck do I explain this?
What's going on?
Fuck, I got footage.
Do you show?
I got footage. I don't know if you want to see it.
You, Agent, you want to see the footage?
I would like to see the footage.
Sure.
All right, roll sand, buddy.
I warned you, man. I better eat some candies. I'll be right back.
So this person also likes candies.
No, I think that was an actual axe thing. It's gonna step away for a second.
Right,
No, I wasn't saying that. But
Oh,
yeah.
Benowitz does say he needs to. Okay.
Again, so again, also candy.
Hey, I mean, chocolate is supposed to be good for your morale. There's stuff in milk
it's like
or
some
dark
gummy
chocolate.
worms and like some caramels or something, like something to chew.
So that's...
Well, it's better
All
than
right, you only
pumping
take
out
one.
a cigarette.
Okay.
You only take one. It's on a camera. You've looked at things like this through scopes. Though, I would like to point out, this is not like the thing you've encountered previously. This is a whole new kind of fucked up space gorilla, lobster, man, person.
It's not really a descriptor for
Right.
it. It's just the weirdest thing.
No.
I would
It
like to.
stutters and shambles along. And it looks at you with pitiless eyes.
I don't even know if I got pointed at an
Crosses
afro
through
from that.
fourth
But like the
dimensional
fuck.
space.
I feel like
Team Body. These guys are looking at CCTV footage that they need to delete later.
yeah. So it's like I would probably
Robinson,
start
you've scoped out everything. You've seen about as much as you think you can see from the immediate forensic evidence.
Mhm.
You got a body. What do you want to do?
Well, there's two things we can do here. One, my personal favorite, but probably not the best, is burn it. We probably shouldn't do that. The second is we're gonna get a bag, and we're gonna take a drive.
Okay. You guys. Actually, this is like an all-weather storage place. If you guys went back to the office, you might be able to find some tarps.
I think we should just hide it in one of his own empty storage bins.
No.
Yeah, but then somebody's gonna find it later.
No. What happens?
Oh, this has got to go.
This got to go.
This has got to go in the Sound or a crater lake or be left in the national park for coyotes to eat.
Yeah.
Or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't do body disposal, so like that's your field.
Excuse me. You're part of the program. This is your job.
No, that's fair. I don't have experience of this shit.
So, are you guys gonna head back towards the office to find a tarp?
Oh yeah. I'm sorry. It's metagaming, but I want to see that footage.
You find Holland and Benowitz.
I bet it's probably standing outside the office, like just
okay,
chewing something, like to like breathing, like.
Oh, was his collection that bad?
No. I don't know if you want to. I don't know if you want to see it, you two, but I got footage.
Catch the video of him being.
Yeah.
Oh, I gotta see this.
I don't want to describe it.
Kara has gone in.
All right. Roll sand.
I roll sand. 22.
Okay. You only take one.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of blurry, but yeah, no.
I have biology, by the way.
God, no. That probably is why you take less sand damage, because you're just confused. What the fuck am I looking at? It's got exoskeletal plates like an insect or a crustacean, but you can see fucking muscle fibers attaching them together. It's a biped. You don't think it has external ears, but it's got a big fucking mouth with hollow point teeth? What the fuck am I looking at?
Hollow point teeth. Does it suck blood?
Maybe. You're missing some blood. Maybe it likes a little suck. Like I said, its stubby little backwards legs end in bifurcated claw feet, like a lobster walking on its own. But it's got, big old claw hands with opposable thumbs. And its eyes, points of absolute blackness, which are somehow incredibly reflective. Here at you.
I don't know.
The doctor.
Also, yeah, it's huge. It's built like a gorilla.
Well, it
except
seems
its
my
arms are so long and gangly.
Well, it seems my.
Oh, and then you see it do that shadow thing. You don't have like physics or anything, right?
Nope.
Yeah, no.
No idea. What the fuck?
You don't know what the fuck that is. It turns into a 3-dimensional shadow, and then it fucking teleports or apports, whatever. It's gross and weird.
Don't like it.
So, doctor.
Hmm?
Should we take a picture of it to send it to a report, or we should just purge all of it?
Nah, we're gonna rely on a written report for this, buddy.
Yeah, fair. We're written to maybe have a dumb drawing.
Like I said, if this is the thing that's summoned, we got to get rid of it. Yeah. Therefore, we don't need pictures because it was never here.
That is true.
I'll get work on that.
Yeah.
Also, just
by the way, Garza, do you want to see the footage?
No.
Okay, you're good. You're good seeing how these people react. Got it.
Yeah.
I think we described it enough for you.
Well,
right. I don't know if anybody described it.
I've taken enough sand already tonight, so.
I've only taken 3 sand. I'm not that bad.
And I've taken 3 sand, and I've already broken once. I am on my way to Crazy Town.
Only take 1 sand, yeah.
I mean, just a question. Do I take a point of a natural from seeing this thing, or no?
No.
Okay,
you have to go full blown. You have to actually, I think, take a temporary insanity
Let's find some tarps.
Yeah.
Yep. Let's get some tarps, get some tape, and everyone, make sure you are wearing full body coverings. We don't want any forensic samples left on this body.
Gotcha.
PPE.
I guess yeah, because it's like
chop. Also, see if you can find a shovel. Some of these bits are a little leaky.
This guy's probably got shit somewhere in these storage bins. He's probably got a bunch of shit.
Yeah, you got it. I mean, the whole yard is done in like gravel. He's got a scoop or a shovel somewhere. It
All
snows,
right. Also, we need to check the arterial spray and cover up any blood stains.
Yeah. Want to get heavy hose or want to get like sprays?
Well, I said we gotta check the spray. If it's just on the ground, we can probably just mix up the earth, bury the blood underneath it. But if it's on the walls and whatnot, we're actually gonna have to wash it off.
No, it's all over.
Is it all over like
if there was
walls,
a
or is it,
ceiling,
like...
there would be a. I mean, he died right next to a storage unit, so it's splashed like all across the door of the storage unit.
Oh, that can be replaced.
Well, it needs to be washed though.
We gotta wash it. All right, so 2 people.
Probably washing equipment.
2 people on body cleanup. 2 people on cleanup duty. Chop chop. I would like to try and sleep tonight, and we got a bit of a drive tonight.
I need my 2 people who have not seen the body scene to roll sand again.
All right, fair.
Okay.
You guys have to deal with that now.
Right. I stopped thinking about it because I was thinking about the other thing.
Yeah. And then you're like, oh right, that guy died. That's his corpse.
Oh right, he died. I forgot how he fucking died brutally. Fuck.
I was completely distracted by seeing things man was not meant to know.
63, I'm fine.
And I saw it on closed circuit TV, and then I saw it in reality.
No, it cut out before it got to him being mauled.
Up to reality. Oh, there goes gravity.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, if you pass 0, you were warned ahead of time.
It's like, yeah. I also heard this, so it's like I think I got the brunt of it already.
Well, yeah, you already rolled sand for that too. So you're aware.
It's just not pleasant. I'm not looking at it.
Yeah. So tarps, duct tape, scoop it in. Probably find a pressure washer. You guys have a crazy
probably
high
pressure
search.
washer here somewhere because this place is all.
I mean, if he
Yeah.
maintains the place, he probably has a pressure washer.
It's his place. You have crazy high search. You can find it.
Get a pressure washer.
I mean, there's a little bit of like you guys are doing this with like flashlights and shit in the dark because again, like all the big overhead lights are gone.
So when this thing changes its, I guess, dimensional density, it breaks the.
Kara probably looks at you like, I'm not sure that's a thing.
It's like
again, where are you coming up with these
Rocky,
theories?
Why are you talking about it?
Fair enough. Okay.
I like Garza's approach. Let's just not talk about it.
Okay.
That's fair.
I'm trying to comprehend it, which I probably really shouldn't.
No, you shouldn't. Do you like sleeping?
I mean, I've never directly.
Do you like sleeping?
I think
so. Good, because I don't.
I don't.
Sleep, that is.
More body moving.
Get back to washing.
Don't say that too loud. Yeah, don't say that too loud.
Don't say that too loud.
Yeah, even Holland's like, just stop.
Yeah. Let me double check the old tradecraft database. Disposing of a body.
I'll make sure to.
You guys don't need to worry about the sand loss and the effort exposed to carving a corpse up into manageable chunks.
It's already there. It's already in chunks.
I've probably seen bodies in
Are they
chunks
manageable
already.
chunks, or are they just chunks?
They're chunky.
I think that's the morbid comedy right now.
Wow, God, this is really thorough. I forgot. This has
really
all kinds of dumb stuff in here. Melting a body into liquid metal in an industrial crucible requires craft metalworking or heavy machinery. What?
I appreciate that they covered that, but that makes
I'm like, are we disposing of Terminators out here?
I mean, it's a good way to hide the body because no one will ever know.
Yeah.
So
But no, there's a long ass list. You guys are going for Deep Lake or Swamp.
Yeah.
Or
I see the thing about save a dissolved body in acid.
So on one note, I do have science chemistry 30% if we need to use anything to clean up the area as well.
I mean,
Beyond
you have
this water.
I think a pressure washer should disperse the blood and get it onto the ground.
Which
You guys might want to get some bleach.
Yeah, let's at the very least let us contaminate the blood sample.
Yeah. There's probably a bleach spray. There's probably add like a connector bit. You could probably add to the pressure washer and do.
I mean, yeah, you could apply soap, or you could just get some fucking Clorox from the office and dump it because bleach.
Yeah. He probably has the cleaning shit somewhere.
Though, yes, to the question of melting a body, that requires chemistry.
Sick.
Yeah.
But you're not gonna do the old vat of acid. You're just gonna dump them in the lake. In the deep crater lake, which is in a national park.
Oh
No
boy,
one will know. No one will know.
I love visiting the national parks.
Yeah.
It's literally one of my motivations.
Oh, really? Oh, cool.
Yeah. Might not be for much longer, but you know.
Yep. National parks. It's a historic crater lake.
Let's go.
Basically, somebody to eliminate all traces, I need somebody, whoever's the best at this, make me a forensic roll.
What
make
is
sure you
everyone's
don't
first?
fuck
Mine's a 70.
Mine's 40.
Mine's 40.
All right.
I'm nothing yet.
All right. Clearly, Kara, who does not give a fuck about human life, knows how to hide bodies. Who would have guessed?
I mean, yeah. I know how to read a scene, but that's it.
Yeah, it's 52.
All right. You believe with reasonable assurance you have removed all traces. You've bleached the blood. You're gonna let the soil and gravel dry out. You've got all the bits of the body are in the tarp. The tarp is up. The tarp is duct tape shut. You put the tarp in another tarp.
Mm-hmm. Everyone just ignore the smell. You'll get used to it.
What smell?
Actually, now that you mention it, that weird smell's kind of dissipating.
Oh yeah. Agent, did you delete the footage?
I was working on that, yeah.
And make sure that make that done.
I'll go wipe it in a bag just in case.
Also, we need to make this guy have a reason to disappear real quick.
Let's see. I mean, we know his home address. So we could go to his stuff and maybe leave some, not like a suicide marker, but be like a thing of like, I'm on the run from something now. Some weird nonsense.
Yeah, that's probably best.
I found Bigfoot. It's part of a cult. Like some weird bullshit.
Yeah,
like
something like that.
We'll do that later, though. A day or two, no one's gonna be really that fussed about it. But that's one of those loose ends we got to make sure we take care of before we get done with this.
Yeah, because I guess if this body reported, then everyone's start thinking we got like a serial killer, and like that's more.
Well, what body? Remember
exactly.
Remember, until there's a body, it's a missing persons case.
Also,
True.
I'm pretty sure we have worse than a serial killer.
Yeah, fair.
You have a serial killer who teleports, but also is fucking space gorilla.
Yes.
Except he's not really, because he's really more like a space lobster man. But also like a space gorilla, and also like a
space lobster. Space lobster looks like
kills
space.
Like space.
Kills
like lobster.
Yeah. All right. So, yeah, no, I think this is just.
I mean, we gotta have humor about the tragedy somehow.
Yeah.
So, this is, I think, because we've been going for about 4 hours. Yeah, 4.5. No, I think we end with the scene of you guys go to the crater lake and go out on a deep dock somewhere or some overlook, and you've got to tuck some stones in the tarp and dump the body in. Whoever is participating in this also have to once again roll sand.
I'm not doing this.
I'm doing this. Don't worry.
I am helping.
Okay, that's probably good. Kara only has like 10 or 11 strength.
Yeah, no. But I failed.
He's a big boy. Okay, that's a 1.
Actually, wait. No, I failed. Did I fail my earlier sand? Yes, I did because I still took 1.
Yeah, I finally made a sanity check.
All right. You unfortunately still lose 1.
Yeah.
Because this is not good for your health. And you cannot talk about this in therapy.
I mean, you can talk about it to Kara. She has fucking what is it?
That is technically true.
I have 7.
Kara who's got trained in psychotherapy, but her psychotherapy methods might be weird.
I don't know.
I mean, it might be what you need as a Delta Green agent.
One more incident of violence, and then I think I stop getting binged for violence until I go insane. So.
No, once you get the full thing,
because I think that's my third
once you're hardened, you're hardened.
Okay.
It does have some negative effects. Like I think for hardening for violence, you lose a couple points of charisma because you're dead inside.
By the way, if I failed that last one, and I did not go and say it, I think I just became hardened to violence.
Basically,
do you have 3 marks in violence?
Yeah. Because I had one left. Because I had one left over, and then I failed the body, and then I just failed the body again.
You've not gone temporarily insane. Yeah, because you've just been losing like 1 here and there.
What I know is
that
like
rule?
you lose charisma, or then you lose a hit to all your bonds equal to the damage of sanity.
Just insane, pressing, permanent sand. Adapting to sand loss, sabotation, violence. It means you always succeed a sanity roll for that type of trauma. Occurs after agent lost sand from the temperature trauma. Temporarily insane, and I believe temporary is 5 or more in a single roll. Yeah. Which you've managed to avoid. Yay!
Hey, it's all been the ones. Thank you.
So, by saying one or more, marking the box. And once all your boxes are marked,
What page is it says for like what happens when you're adapted to helplessness?
yep. So, if you are adapted to violence, you will lose 1d6 charisma.
Where is my dice?
All right, you want to roll it?
I would like to roll it, yes.
Yep.
Well, actually, no. Well, you know what? No, Omega, you roll it.
Okay. Wait, let me get one of my yellow and black dice for this.
Here we go. What?
That's a full 6, Chief.
Wow.
Oops, your empathy.
Well, it fits me better. I have now gone to 10.
Yeah, and
Damn.
all of your that same amount is reduced from each bond, so each bond also loses 6.
Well, it's based off your charisma, so it makes sense.
Yeah.
Ouch. Ow.
Nah, it's fine. I had a stupid high charisma anyway. I had a charisma of 16, so it's like I'm at 10. That's average.
Yeah, I mean, you still have a 50-50 roll if you're rolling charisma.
Mm-hmm.
Also, what I'm seeing is, I think for like, adapted to violence, at least you can manage. Adapting to helplessness is you don't want. You don't want that actually.
You permanently lose 1d6 POW.
Yeah, but it's also like the implications is a bit different. But yeah, where it's like there's still more. You lose the reason to do things.
Now I can be even. Now I have a perfectly justified reason to be completely cutthroat and brutal. Yay!
Don't want that to
Your empathy is
happen.
super hurt.
Yeah. And then I should also point out it says, you can spend willpower points to reduce your sand loss. You roll a d4 and reduce your willpower by that much.
Yeah, but still minimum 1, ain't it?
I'm double checking. Reduce the sand loss by the amount of willpower spent to a minimum of 0.
Oh, minimum. Oh, okay.
You could spend one, I guess, to like avoid doing this to later.
Well, I think it's fine for right now.
I mean, I think it very much makes sense for Kara to be hardened for violence.
Yes.
Yeah, just the full 6 is like really painful, but hey, it works out.
It's not painful. I think it's fine.
Well, it's not like she went like super below average.
No.
It's also
She went from being incredibly charismatic to being a normal human, kind of.
I think it fits her character a lot better anyway.
But I think that's where we're gonna wrap the session tonight, where you guys had to go dispose of a body after you saw the thing.
Sick.
I wanted to bring up one thing. I was just reading of the threats to sand and stuff like that. Never mind.
Yeah.
It's only suffering violence and inflicting violence, but it doesn't say anything about witnessing violence. So I don't know.
Actually, technically, I think that would be some of this would be helplessness.
It
does say violence for disposing the body. Technically,
right?
Because flung into a pit of corpses is like 0/D4.
I know.
Okay, so maybe for the actually witnessing the body, that should have been like
just plain sand
0/D4. So you can take one of those back for helplessness if you passed.
Okay.
I think you failed, and I rolled a D4 anyway. So that would have been lost from helplessness, not
violence.
Not violence.
So. Yeah,
because I know
that is a good point to bring. It's been a while since we've worked in the things.
I know.
Which one's helplessness and not violence?
The corpse would have been helplessness, not violence. Disposing of the body is still explicitly noted in tradecraft as violent.
Well, I almost fell in the body, so I guess that's still helplessness for me.
Yeah.
Okay,
no.
then
That's
actually,
like the example I'm looking at is, find a friend's remains 0/1d4 or flung into a pit of corpses 0/1d4. I would say stumbling into a gruesome kill, even if they're not a friend, would still be like 0/1d4. It's bad. It's like, oh my god, this guy is dead. I could do nothing.
I know there's some good. I know some good examples for a violence mark is seeing your fellow agent shoot a loose end.
I mean, there's a
in
table
the
right
face.
here.
Yeah, or
Table right here.
or I guess like automatic fire into some horror.
Take back my hardening.
Okay. All right, you get your points back.
I get my points back.
We moved around that unnatural, not that unnatural, that violence to helplessness.
Yep.
So you guys are slightly better balanced. That is a good point to note.
Yeah, it just seemed like strange that it was all just violence. It's like, but we're not actually inflicting or doing the
Yeah, no, that's fair. And probably when I last looked at this, I don't know if they would have broken out the tables quite the same way. It is important to note for people at home listening and for the players. The last time I ran this, it was still like an ashcan plain text document. So we're a little refined, yeah. So it does seem like helplessness is a little more appropriate for the oh yeah, something bad happened to a guy who I talked to. Gross. Whereas violence is like, well, no, it says suffering violence. Find a corpse or mangled carcass. That's 0 or 1.
Oh, okay.
I just noticed it now.
Okay, then no. Okay, so we go back.
Yeah, but that does say that does suggest that is 0 or 1, and it does say mangled carcass. So I would say then that means that you would have lost none from that by passing, and
wouldn't have taken the hit then, yeah.
Garza's character would have only lost 1, not a D4.
Okay.
It's 0/1d4 for find mutilated corpse of an infant or loved one. So no, you didn't like that guy that much. He wasn't like an innocent. It's just that's gross. All right, that's good. That tracks. All right, we've sorted it out.
Okay, so I am.
Harris still doesn't take her hardening because she didn't lose any sand from that first.
Oh, that's
thing.
right. I didn't lose sand. That's right. Okay.
Yeah, it was you. You succeeded and got 0.
You're close.
And you took some from the disposing of the body.
Yes.
But yeah. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So, yeah. No. So I'm at 2 X's. And none.
You're very close to becoming hardened. So. But maybe you'll see something unnatural and go crazy first.
Maybe.
Maybe.
What page is the tables for like violence?
Threats to sand is on page 67.
Okay. Oh, insane. Yeah, let's see. Unnatural.
It also likes to point out that in a fight, you only do it for the first time something happens. So if you get shot, you do it only once, and then...
Yeah, it's not repeat things, yeah.
Yeah. I do at least appreciate that incapacitate or cripple, like innocence and stuff like that, or like, rogue fire is in there. Torturing a victim is in there.
I like that you get less sand for being ambushed by getting sneak attacks by a bullet than actually just being directly shot.
Well, that's more of the fight or flight kind of thing. Like, oh
my
god, I'm under attack.
It's freaky.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
All right.
But yeah, I want to wrap up the session, I think, with this scene of you guys. I don't know what soulful music plays, but some soulful music's going to play as you huck a tarp full of body into the lake.
I would do like Benowitz, like, as we walk away. Let's go have some whiskey. I think we need it.
Where's the nearest alcohol shop?
Whiskey on me. They like hired.
Yeah, this is a long one. This is good.
This is my usual Dark Heroes kind of song.
Yeah. And I do believe the short chain hero involves the sound of something like chains or shovels.
Mm-hmm.
I can hear that, yeah. But
it's got some kind of ambient foley.
What do you think we should call this one, or we wait there for after, Mike?
Well, now that I mean, I'll wait for Aren to probably repeat it, but I can tell you what the adventure is called now. Well, actually, I already said what it's called. It's the Shadow on the Wall. You have encountered the Shadow Hunter. The Hunter in shadows. Creepy. And in shadows.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to have a field day thinking of what to call this thing in the report.
The entity. The anomaly.
The vector.
Yeah, vector. I guess vector case number here.
I don't even know if Delta Green has case number.
Right,
they have operation code names. You guys weren't told if this had a code name or not, but it's probably going to
code name Night Vale, I guess.
I mean, that's as good as some of the others. The example operation in the back of the handler's guide is Operation Fulminate.
I think, yeah, like code name. I think Operation Night Vale sounds like a good idea.
All right, we can work that out. Okay, but yeah, I think I've got everything there, so we will call it here. I'm gonna end the recording.
Okay.
Do I add stuff for